Perhaps the moon knows the secret of the new sound.
He's so bright and pull on the surfaces. He's so bright and he walking on my face. He's so bright and
Open your mind. Let us begin our quest to find the new sound.
I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got thrice.
Look at them shine, everything we need.
I've got new. Nicey, zoo.
Okay, let's have fun.
better bedtime.
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new.
Look at them shine,
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new.
look at them shine.
He's so bright and bright, pull on the surfaces. He's so bright and he walking on my face. He's so bright and bright, pull on the surface, pull on this. He's so bright and he walking on my face. Better bedtime.
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new.
Look at them shine,
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new.
You must choose. Bimbo, bimbo. My name is Mr. Susan. You must choose, and now it is time for you to do the choosing. I am Mr. Dean.
I've got new.
You must choose.
I've got thrice.
Look at them shine. I am Mr. Dean.
I've got new.
You must choose.
I've got thrice.
Look at them shine.
Trapped in cabinets, trapped in cabinets.
Can he get out? Will he get out? 'Cause he will.
You like a single time, Vince again. Single time. Oh, you like a single time.
He walking on my face.
Everything we need here. You like a single time, Vince again. Single time.
Better bedtime.
Oh, you like a single time.
He walking on my face.
I did a rhyme. Oh,
Better bedtime.
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo.
You better
I've got thrice.
look at them shine.
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo.
you better
I've got thrice.
Look at them shine.
Nicey, zoo. I've got new. Nicey, zoo. I've got new.
Look at them shine.
I did a song. Jupiter, I did a song. You ain't got one. Yeah. Oh, I feel sick.
Oh my gosh. Oh, man. You ever just like look at the world and it's just like, I really don't want to today. That was me like a couple hours ago. Because, okay, today has kind of been a weird day. I'll be personally honest with you. Apologies. I got Taco Bell because, like, I decided that I hated myself. And, so, I'm trying to eat this, this burrito right now. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. Oh, it is definitely evening, but it is good morning somewhere. Everyone has gone crazy? No, I think everybody's starting to heal. Sorry. I can barely hear myself because I'm wearing a hat right now because it's cold inside. Although it's supposed to get warm now. Hello, hello. Give me one moment. Give me like one actual minute and then we'll get started here. Thank you for the resub, Shadow. My head hurts, but I am trying to work through it. Okay. Oh, okay. Hello. I'll have to finish my burrito later. Or maybe I'll eat during this interview. I don't know. We'll see. Also, I think I can lose the hat. Give me one moment. Ow! 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 Gosh damn it. Oh, my headphones pinched me. Ow. Holy fun-cha. Oh, fuck. That hurt. Okay. I'm just hurting myself tonight. Unintentionally. I have fallen over and I can't get up. Oh, gosh. Well, chat, today has been a very weird day. Obviously, to avoid giving away specifics, pinch them back to assert dominance, I thought about it. But anyway, today has been a weird day. I'm gonna give you guys... We're obviously still the the pre-stream, you know, it sometimes takes people a little while to get in. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I love you too, chatter. Today was a funky day. Keep eating. I'll eat when I have the ability to do so. But today was fucking weird. Today I had planned to get like 2 videos done. I only got 1 done, and I got parts of the second one were going. And let me tell you why. Like, today has just been a cluster of shenanigans. So, I had to call the police today. And I won't say for obviously it relates to my housing abode, but thankfully nobody had to be arrested or anything. But they did come over to talk to me a little bit. And I really don't want to get into the details of what specifically happened. Just know that I had to call the police today. That was weird. I've never had to do that before. Period. Fans went too crazy. Maybe. No, it's not actually that, because that would involve people knowing where I live. And I don't give out my actual address when somebody wants to send me something. It's your personal life. No, all I will say is that I had to call the police today, and it was definitely a funky experience. So that happened, and that put me off for a couple hours. It gets easier. We got too silly. No, it wasn't any of you. I wasn't even out tonight. It wasn't any of you, I will say that. It was not you guys. No. It was an interesting situation. And maybe down the road I'll talk about it, but I don't know. I don't want to excuse me. I don't want to talk about it too much. I haven't told a lot of people about it. So some of my friends are probably going to message me saying, "You had to call the police today? What the fuck? You didn't tell me?" That's what you get for throwing raves at your house. Fair enough. But don't worry, I am fine. Everyone should own a P.O. box. I technically do own a P.O. box. The friends that sponsored me, my friends who sponsored me when I came over here, and by sponsored me, I mean when I briefly moved in with them before I got my apartment, they let me send my mail to them. And I only give that address. I give that address out to all businesses now. I don't have anything shipped to my actual apartment. Jokes aside, hope you're safe. Right now I am, yeah. Thankfully, I am a red-blooded American that can protect myself no matter what. So that's good. See, that's not the only thing that happened today. I got a migraine later too, and that's probably as a result of dealing with some stress from earlier today, and maybe just from staring at the computer for a while, because I was working really hard to start working on this Trump video that I wanted to work on. And so that is also something that I was working on. I wanted to get that done today. Ended up not happening, mostly because of that. But, it's whatever. I'll hopefully get that done tomorrow. Hopefully. I just got to do some flat recording and then do some editing. But I had a migraine today. And then I had I have a little disagreement going on with a third party in regards to some artwork. But it should be resolved, hopefully. I talked about it in the UTT server, and I asked some people opinions about it. And hopefully it gets resolved, because I don't like having to... Ugh. All I am learning, chat, is that whenever I want art, I should not go to any other artist other than just Ari. Ari is the only artist I can trust, I feel like. Well, there's a couple others as well. But it's like when I want to buy something that I'm willing to put a little bit of money into. I feel like Ari is the only one that I can trust these days. Really bothers me. Oh gosh, it really bothers me. Sounds like a screwy day. It was. And the migraine basically lasted all the way up until like an hour ago. My head still isn't like 100% better, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I like artists, but sometimes they can't produce. Yeah, I'm not really. I already talked a little bit about it in the drama portion, but basically, I have a disagreement with how somebody decided to handle art that I wanted. And again, it sucks because, you know, I don't commission somebody unless I like their style. But then I don't know, it just sucks. It just sucks. And I felt like I was nice about it. And again, I'm gonna handle it in private with them. Somebody asked me if I was gonna do an exposed thing, and it's like, no, absolutely not. Beyond like venting about this, I would like it to be resolved in private, period. So, and I hope that's where it stays. I hope so. But anyway, you're not here to listen to me rant about people that I'm trying to buy fetish art from. You're here because today Twitch finally had their VTuber interview. And it was not what people were hoping to see out of an interview. I have seen a couple clips from this interview. Waffles or pancakes? Obviously pancakes. Pancakes all the way. And if you choose waffles, you're just evil. I'm kidding. Please don't leave. But anyway, you guys are here because Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, had an interview with Giga, who I didn't really know who Giga was until people pointed them out. They're like a VShojo person. They're like one of the VShojo girls. And they did an interview. And a lot of people are very upset with this interview because a lot of people feel like the interview was very softball. It did not answer any of the questions, like any of the deep questions that people have. I don't know who Giga is. Okay, I'll again, if you don't know who they are, that's fair because I didn't know who they were until like basically this interview. They are a VShojo person. Let me bring up their page here. If you don't know who they are, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, here's the thing. If you are a VShojo talent, you are either known for your drama or you're known for being one of the biggest, or you're just Iron Mouse. And Giga, as far as I know, is not in any drama whatsoever at any point of the time. So I honestly just did not know who they were. I legitimately had no idea who they were. And when I found out who they were, I was like, oh. For a second, I thought that was that it was just fucking Zen, because Zen has like a little gremlin mode that's called Gecko, or like they call her the Gecko. So for a second, I thought it was Zen, but I was incorrect. And I was just 100% wrong, and that's fair. But this is Giga. Again, I have never ever I've never seen them before, but that doesn't mean that they're a bad person or that they don't deserve love. Because not all people in VShojo are. Giga joined VShojo relatively recently. Well, that's probably why then. If they joined it recently, that makes sense. They are a elf. Oh, they are a Bloodborne elf. It looks like. One of Zen's friends. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's the kind of stray. That is the kind of stray. I see. Model is cool. Model is very decent. I agree. They look decent. I will not fault them. Their model looks nice. But they had an interview with Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. This interview also was like on a podcast of Twitch's that they hold. I have never heard of this pod. It's called the Patch Notes Podcast. And it's a VTuber. It was a VTuber specific stream where they talk about the VTuber stuff here. And here, I'm gonna hide the screen just for a bit. I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure at what point like is appropriate to jump in. This is a 2-hour live stream. The first 10 minutes we skip past because it's just like the 10 minutes to lead up to it. It is a 2-hour live stream, and we are going to go through the entirety of it tonight. Or at the very least, we're going to go through as much as I feel like is appropriate to do so. I want to go through at least everything that has Giga's face in it, where they talk about Twitch-related stuff. I have no idea if the stuff before Giga gets there is important, because I looked at this, and it's about 35 minutes before Giga actually shows up. So, and again, I have not watched this. I have seen clips of this where some specific things were said from Dan Clancy that people do not like. But I figured it was important to go through the entire interview tonight, or at the very least, as close as we can. So, we will probably be here for a while. You know, we're going to probably EFAP it up a little bit. So if you like tonight, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel on YouTube if you haven't already. And this is something I'm trying to get better at. Bull told me that I'm very bad about this, and I apologize. But I wanted to thank all of my beautiful members on YouTube. If you're a subscriber on Twitch, thank you as well. 100% thank you as well. But I want to say thank you to my YouTube members, because my YouTube members are fantastic. Let me, I want to see if I can pull this up here. I want to pull this. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I want to pull, can I pull up a list of my YouTube members? Probably. I can. Sweet. I can show 100 of you per page. Awesome. So here, chat, we're gonna show you all. Thank you for becoming a member. I deeply appreciate all of you that are on this screen here and on the next one here. We'll catch all of you. Look at that. All of you here are absolutely amazing. Thank you for becoming members. I really deeply appreciate all of you. I want to try and do something like they do for patrons, where you have all their names. Bless you. Thank you. Name. I don't know if it's like a manual thing that people write down for like patrons or something, or what. But I want to try and like do a thing where I start capturing and showing off people's names. It's just kind of like a thank you or something. But yes, thank you. Oops. What happened to my screen here? Hold on. But yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody who is a member. You guys help keep the show going. Without you, it is actually a little bit harder to operate. So you guys make the dream work. And there is over 100 members now. Isn't that awesome? There's over 100 of you. Isn't that cool? Can I add another emote, by the way? I'm curious. Can I add another emote? Bless you. Thank you. Default perks. Emojis. I can add another emoji. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What have I not got yet? I saw my name there. I'm famous now. Congratulations. Okay. Give me one moment. We're going to upload a new emote. It might take a hot minute for it to show up, but new emote incoming, chat. Can I include the yippee? I can. Now, if you guys become a member, you will get access to it. By the way, if I haven't mentioned it before, emotes memberships are as cheap as 99 cents, and for 99 cents you get access to emotes. That's really the biggest thing that you get access to. And for $5 you get access to special streams that I do once a month. In fact, we're coming up on the new month, and I'll have to do another one of those here soon. So if you want to see special streams with me, you'll get access to that. And for $10, me and Bull came up with this, and everybody at Under the Tea is going to have this as well. You get access to the Minecraft server. And the cost of that membership also goes towards helping to pay for the server every single month. So if you are interested in that, oh my gosh, Pyro Ronpa, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Everybody enjoy your gifted memberships. You'll get access to the special live stream this next month if you have one. Hey, look, the new me emote is in. Awesome, you can already use it. That's great. You guys can use the new Yippee. So if you guys are members, you can use the Yippee. Fantastic. I love it. I love to see it. Isn't that awesome? That's beautiful. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Thank you, Pyro, for the gift of membership. But yeah, so if you want, for 99 cents, you can have unlimited emotes. Unfortunately, only welcome in this chat. The Yippee is too powerful for outside forces. So, there you go. Oh my gosh, it's amazing! YouTube really needs to allow you to use emotes in other chats, in my personal opinion. I'm very triggered that I can't spam my emotes in somebody else's chat. Like on Twitch, if I want to go to somebody else's chat, I am going to spam my emotes that I personally paid for. It's like part of the fun of doing it. So on YouTube, not being able to do it is like kind of sad to me. I don't know. Oh, I need to make the thing out in front. I don't want to like cover the Streamlabs alert thing here. Can I put that all the way at the top? I can. Awesome. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Thank you for becoming an elite goober. I deeply appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome. But yeah, thank you. Twitch superpower. Yeah, that's one of the few things that Twitch has over YouTube right now. So yeah. Anyway, that is enough shilling for now. Again, thank you to everybody that either has become a member or gifted memberships. Your support does deeply help me out. It helps, every little bit helps me to become more of a full-time streamer. Oh my gosh, I am actually like tilted right now. I am actually very, very tilted right now. Well, yes, Temp, I know the stream's dying. Oh my gosh, I'm upset. I don't get it. I legitimately don't get it. Oh my gosh, I don't understand this. I put down the I just don't get it. Like at this point, I don't believe that it is my internet speed. Because if it was me turning it down, like, because I have decided to turn it down, like, maybe it is the internet speed, I don't know. I just don't know what to think anymore. Thank you for the super sticker, my ear is a trumpet. Much appreciated. I just don't understand why it's doing this. Internet hate, I don't get it. Akko, do you give out the 10 free gift subs that YouTube provides? Did YouTube give me 10 gift subs? I didn't know it allowed me to do that. How do I do that? Wait, can I do that? If I can do that, I will. Somebody tell me how to do that. I can give myself a super chat. Wait, how do I do that? How do I do that? I think it's OBS. A lot of people are having lag issues. Yeah, I do believe that is. I believe that it has been OBS. I just don't get it. I really don't. They're using the 5G towers. Oh my gosh. Now yeah, if I find some way, let's see. I know how to insert ad and delay ads. And add a stream marker. How do I give out free memberships? Oh my gosh. Hold on. it does appear. Give out free memberships. Every month you can give 10 memberships. How do I do that? How do I do that? Oh my gosh, I want to know how to do that because I would do that every single month. Because isn't that like just free memberships for you guys, but then it also helps me? Oh man, I want to do that. Oh, here's a video on that. If I can learn, I'll do it. Okay. Okay, channel dashboard. Go to details. Manage. Let's see. Where are we going here? John Parker, where are we going here? Do I have to like go to my actual live stream page? Let's see. First I've heard of this is the first I've heard of it too. Wait, okay. Let me see here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. All I gotta do is go to my actual stream here. Membership gifting. No. What? How do I... Okay, it shows that he has the ability to give it on his page. But I don't know how. Like... Oh, Feral Gaming gave me a video. I am. Hello, how are you? How do I do that? Yeah, but how do I do it? Like, I'm on... It's on the back end page, right? Here, I'm gonna... And oh, so you have to enable it or something? Analytics. Okay. Oh, inside the dashboard, right? Okay. Oh man. Now this is you get to help me now because it's video monetization. Hold on, I'm gonna stream my screen here. Maybe No. Okay. This one. Okay. This one. Yeah. It's not here. This page. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. What the hell? Why don't I get that? I don't know. I've been monetized longer than you. I should have it. Somebody sent me a link for this as well. Am I just like... Okay, let's see here. Apparently there's like steps. Let's see. Sorry, chat. I want to get this down because I want to give you guys 10 memberships. Let's see. Click the 3 dots on the upper right corner and select gift settings. Toggle allow gifts. Yeah. I don't know either. Maybe I need to reach out to YouTube. That's a deeper question here. Everyone helping Akko expand the brand. Yes, I am very confused. I am very like. Gifting on Android. Wait, can I do it on Android? We can't hear Lumi. What? You guys, wait, why didn't you guys say something earlier? There we go. Does the fish have feet? Is that what? No, you can't say that. That's a joke contained somebody else. Somewhere else, excuse me.
Well, what's your lowest tier? Do you have a $4.99?
I have a $1, I have a $5, and then I have a $10.
Is it $4.99 or $5?
It's $4.99, I believe. Does it need to be $5?
No, because it says below $5. Click the money icon within the live chat, select membership gift, gift 5 now.
Let's see.
Is your account technically a brand account or not?
I don't know.
Check if you have a brand account. Check if your channel is already connected to a brand account.
I mean, okay, so I have a YouTube account. See, this is how it is. I have the YouTube account, and then I have the Google account associated with it. I'm confused. Will that do it now? No. Do I need to become a membership to myself?
No. Go to membership gifting again. That is so weird.
That is very weird. Mercenary, thank you for the 2. Lum, did you show the color fan art from me? Oh, did Mercenary give you art?
I don't think I sent it directly to Akko or Mizu. I will post it in our other channel soon.
Nice. Is it good?
Yeah, I don't know why you don't have it, huh?
I am very confused.
Because I've been doing it every month since I discovered it in like October.
Yeah. Does it actually like give you the money from those memberships, or is it just 10 memberships for free?
I don't know. I just gift it and people are happy, and then I usually get more super chats from them.
Huh. Well, I want to give memberships to people. I am legitimately confused. Settings. Wait. This looks like only eligible channels qualify. I couldn't find the requirements to be eligible though. But I am I'm a monetized creator. I make a decent chunk of money on the channel every single month. Like, I should have all of their stuff. Huh. Okay. Okay. YouTube. I guess no. I'll have to look into that later because I want to do that. Oh well. Well, anyway, I am going to be looking over this Giga interview. Did you want to stay and like listen to that with me?
I'm gonna go make myself some food, so I'll pop back in and I'll obviously won't be here for the beginning.
That's fair.
But I will listen while I cook, and then I will be back in chat. And I'm just looking at this shit for your thing, because apparently this was an issue that other people were looking at like last year, and it's like there's no answer to this anywhere.
So it's literally just hope that you get it. Okay.
Possibly. I don't know. It's like, okay, when February rolls by and I'm doing a live stream, I will drag you in with me because I start doing Yap stream anyway.
Yeah.
I will just show you what it looks like, and then you can even take that clip and be like, YouTube, why don't I have this? Stomps feet on floor.
Well, yeah.
Why don't I have this?
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that both of us are like on the same level in terms of like being YouTubers on the platform. I feel like we both should have it.
I don't know. Maybe it's because you've been extra spicy lately. I don't know.
That would not make any sense.
I don't know. I've been a good fish. I'm just like evil and bigoted on someone else's channel.
I just don't think that makes it, because does Arch have the ability to give away memberships?
You really think Arch would give anything away for free if he had the option to?
I mean, if it would make people give him more money, maybe.
His chat is groomed enough to give him money on command,
This is
essentially.
fair. This is fair. This is fair.
Oh, did you hear that Arch has a new narrative for me?
What is that?
That my grandfather is Werner von Braun, who made the Nazi spaceship.
Well, is it true?
No.
Okay.
It's
double
just because
checking.
I'm German. He was like, Lum got a new narrative. I'm like, thanks, Arch. I kind of like this one better than the feet one.
I mean,
I would rather have
less
a Nazi
degenerate.
rocket scientist as my grandfather than a lie of me liking feet.
I'd say it's less degenerate, so.
Exactly.
Well, fair enough. I will crack at this for another minute or two, and then I will get started with this. But you go make yourself. Chat is asking you if you can cook. Yes, you can cook.
I can cook. I know how to cook. I've been cooking since I was like 8.
That's pretty important. But yeah, you are welcome to come back. Mizu's gonna come in here, I believe, at some point as well. So I'll see you later.
Okay. Alright, cheers later, boy.
Cheers. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna look at this for like another minute or two. Okay, the video that was sent to me, Farrell, that one just allows for you to receive gifts. It's not for me to give them out, unfortunately. I don't know. I don't want to, like, I don't want to, like, spend too much time trying to find this out, because it will, it's just gonna take too long, and I don't want to, like, I don't want people to leave, because I want people to, be here for the Dan Clancy shit, which we're going to talk about. So, again, to reiterate, Dan Clancy did, have a live stream with Giga. It looks like, again, that it is a 2-hour live stream. The first 30 or so minutes are just talking about VTubers. I am in debate. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to like the first 5 or so minutes, and we will decide whether or not we want to continue listening or just skip to the Giga interview, or kind of like skip a little bit in between. Because I'm kind of like scrolling through this video. I tried. You did, and I appreciate that. It just isn't working for me. So we're just going to move on from it. Excuse me. This interview does look like just scrolling through it a little bit here. It does look like it has them talking about the Twitch not partner, the Twitch creator club thing, which I am a very proud part of. But yes, it's very, very interesting. I like Giga, but I thought she was soft. That is what I've heard. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pause the music, and we're gonna, let's see, I've turned this up. I'm gonna turn it up for you guys as well.
I'm delighted to be joined by my partner in crime, Dan Clancy. How's it going, bud?
It's going great, Mary. Thanks for having me. It's
Here we go. We have it right here, chat.
On here. Thanks to everyone for being here. Looking forward to
Can I
another.
skip past? Yeah, I can.
Please use the exclamation mark ask so that we can see your question and tag it. And
By the
log
way,
it,
this
make sure
was
that
a
we see
live
it.
stream,
We'll be answering.
from my understanding. Dan Clancy's the old man that wants to think he's still a child. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no real issue with that. My major issue is just like I don't really feel like Twitch gets it, or maybe Twitch does get it and they don't care. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to like space out some of my criticisms throughout this here. Volume is a bit low. Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit more here. But yeah, I am again. We're gonna listen to the first 5 minutes, and if I don't get anything of substance, we're just gonna jump ahead a little bit to where we get to the Giga interview, because the Giga interview is where a lot where this is actually really important. And while we have this here, I am going to have Minecraft on the background. So we're gonna go ahead and hit play. And if I feel like I need to stop for any reason, we'll stop it. But we're just gonna get. Oh, do I have to
answering most of your
There we go.
questions towards the end of the show. Now, before we get to that, I want to just let you know that this episode of Patch Notes is a little bit different than what we usually do. We usually use this as a time to update products and talk to you about.
Remember when they
some of our
allowed nudity?
decision-making processes.
Yes.
We'll still do
And then
that,
Marina
we will
ruined it for
still
everybody.
Have our Q&A at the end of the show, as we always do. But this episode is dedicated to our VTuber community. Last year, we made a promise that we were going to have a episode dedicated to VTubers so that we could talk a little bit more to the VTuber community, learn more about them, and then just as a community understand how we can better meet the needs of the VTuber community. So that's what we're doing today. So we will still be answering Q&A about any subject that you want. Does not have to be VTuber related, but the majority of the content of today's episode will be focused around VTubers.
You defended hot tub
And
streams?
with
Yes.
we're going to start getting into it. Dan, I'd love to hear a little bit from you just about your thoughts on the VTuber community and how
Ooh,
you've
here we
enjoyed
go.
welcoming them, as they've really skyrocketed over the last few years here on Twitch.
Get to hear what he thinks about VTubers.
Well, in fact, one thing I want to mention, Mary, is while we're addressing questions from the VTuber community, a big part of this also is to help to expose other people to VTubing and what it takes to VTube. So we have a guest that's going to come on that's a VTuber. I'll be asking them some questions just about their journey as a VTuber and how it got started. I know for myself, I was blessed where the group that does the VTuber Awards.
He doesn't even remember
reached
the
out
name.
about, me joining them, and then they helped me get set up with a VTuber model.
Oh yeah, chat. Do you remember when Fillion gave him a VTuber model? Her and Shy Lily, they both gave him a VTuber model. Do you guys remember that? Oh my gosh. Here's okay. And I don't want to like we are going to be here all night. I'm just letting you know right now. How much do you think he's actually going to use that VTuber model? All right. How much do you think he's going to use that model? Fillion, a little who? What? What do you mean? Fillion is not a who. She's like one of the biggest VTubers in the world. She's one of the biggest Filipino VTubers in the world. But no, I think I'm very curious to know how much he'll use that model. Does anybody remember what it looked? Here, let me look it up. Dan Clancy VTuber model. I want to remind you guys of what this looks like here. I don't know who made this. Oh, that's really like blurry. I don't know. That's a bad image. There we go. Here we go. Here's an image here. We're gonna zoom out there. This is Dan Clancy's VTuber model. And it's not a bad model. I'm not gonna knock the person who made it at all. I don't even know who made it. But like legitimately, how much do you think he will actually use this model? That it's I forgot which VTuber, but I heard that she got temporarily banned for showing her hips too much in one of her models. You'll have to be specific there because there is a lot of VTubers that could fit that criteria. I don't know. This is his model right here, chat. I personally don't think he's going to use it that much. If he does, I will be surprised personally. It looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Like I'm not going to knock it all because it's a decent looking model. but he's used it once so far, and maybe he just okay. Actually, I can't say that because I know that he does stream a decent amount on Twitch. He's like the every guy's guy individual. I don't know how much he actually like will use this though. It's just personal thought. The color's kind of again. Don't knock it, chat. It's not that bad. The little Twitch logo is kind of cringe though, personally. Anyway, let's continue. We're gonna be here all night if we don't.
Which I use in the VTuber awards. I have not.
I think we have a photo of that. If we can.
Oh, they're just gonna show
There's
it?
A really good one.
That'd be great.
Dan and his VTuber.
Yeah, they're just gonna show it.
You look great. Yeah.
There we go. It was a great
With
model,
your
and
hat.
it's on my page. In fact, I need to go to my page to remember the artists that created it because like they were really good. In fact, hold on,
I'm sorry. I'm not
get credit for all.
I'm not gonna knock him for not remembering because he has only used it once. It's just kind of funny.
Facts about some things that we did for the VTuber Awards. This is actually the second annual VTuber Awards. It is growing quite fast, just like the VTuber community. We were really impressed that it had over 1 million views on Twitch for the show. Twitch was able to sponsor the VTuber Awards, and as Dan already mentioned, there was an award that he presented for Best Music VTuber. And I think it's really great that you were able to do that. We also promoted the show on social, and we had a really awesome sizzle as well, which I want to show, but before I show that, I want to see. Were you able to find who did that model?
I wasn't, and it was one person did the model, another person did the rigging. So
she calls him daddy.
Bringing that up.
I think that was a faux pas on her end, but it was kind of funny
to make sure I get all the names right. But I appreciate all that they did, and it was a fun experience. But in general, even before then, it is one of these developments on Twitch in the last couple of years that I found really interesting. Of course, for those who don't know, VTubing started in Japan and then spread out, but it's been very big in Japan for a while. And the interesting thing about in Japan, it's there are two companies that kind of are responsible for much of the VTubing IP. Not
By
all
the
of
way,
it,
this stream is going to kind of like show actually what he knows about VTubers. I feel like with the limited knowledge I know of this interview, again, talking to some people that have actually watched it, I am interested to see just how much he knows about VTubers and how right he is. In chat, I'm not perfect with it, but you guys will be able to help me correct if he is wrong on anything. Chances are he may or may not be, but I am very interested to see just like how accurate he is on some of this.
And in the rest of the world, though, it's much more of UGC, and in particular, that's certainly the case in in America and English Twitch, and I really think that's great.
Lumi says, hot take, the VTuber Awards should feature VTubers that stream on Twitch, not VTubers who only stream on YouTube. I can agree with that. I can. I mean, it was a Twitch only event. I believe, was it a Twitch only event? Okay. Does Shy Lily stream on YouTube? I don't think she does. If I remember correctly, it was a thing that was only on Twitch, if I remember correctly, and I was one of the few people to restream it onto YouTube when I did my collaboration with Sane, who I'll have back on the channel later this next week, I believe. But I don't think they did stream it to YouTube. I can't remember. I just hopped onto the stream, so I'm going to assume little to none. Yeah. I was going to say the definition VTuber might not have started in Japan. I guess it depends on what your definition for a VTuber is. But like one of the very first VTubers was Kazuna Ai, who was my inspiration for starting VTubing. Shy Lily post clips on YouTube from what I've seen. Okay, yeah, then I don't think you can say it started on YouTube. I give Fillion a lot of leeway to define whatever scope she wants for the award show she forced into existence. Yeah, I will say Fillion did kind of like just push it into the ethosphere because she wanted to do it. And you can give a lot of crap to Fillion. I don't, because I think that she's autistically amazing. I think that it's fine. But I do see where Lumi is coming from here. you gonna unpause? Do I have to switch
The
to
way
yeah.
the access to the technology has
If you did that,
expanded
half the
so that
audience would
more people
evaporate.
can explore VTubing. One of the things I'm going to talk today about in terms of our guest with Giga is help her talk some about some of that technology and how it's gotten easier. Because the thing that I love about VTubing is it allows people that want to build a community but may not feel comfortable presenting themselves on screen an opportunity to do that and then to build communities. And I think there are a lot of people that have found success as streamers that if not for VTubing, they wouldn't have been comfortable with that. And
that is agreeable, yeah.
I think that is wonderful because I think it's opened up a whole new class, an opportunity for all sorts of people with different backgrounds and different passions and different challenges to find a home.
I like watching Philly clips. Too zoomer for me to watch longer.
I think that's a really beautiful
I can agree with that,
Dan, and I think it's really exemplified by one of our most notorious VTubers, Iron Mouse, who has herself stated that due to medical reasons, she's not able to be a traditional streamer nor go to traditional places that streamers would go to, like TwitchCon. And so we've made active efforts from Twitch to see how we can support creators and ensure that they can have those experiences even as VTubers. I'd love to show off the sizzle that we created for the VTuber Awards because we were
Sizzle.
really proud of this award show.
Is that like a
and the
technical
VTuber
term?
community and
I might
all
be
they were
just
able to
stupid, but I am
accomplish.
not familiar
So
with that
let's
term.
take a look at that right now.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, this is just a thing for VTubers.
Hi, hey everybody.
Oh my gosh. I'm curious how many of these people are actually recognizable. Well, I mean, there's quite a few recognizable ones, but how many do you not know?
I gotta end the stream, bro. Yes! Oh my god, yes!
Okay. I have to say it. Using Cottontail, and I don't dislike Cottontail. I think Cottontail is just fine, but she is legitimately a lewd VA, and Twitch not beating the allegations. Just saying, it's just really very hilarious. Sizzle is an advertising and business term. Okay. It's just really funny seeing that that she's on. Again, she's like a pretty big VTuber, so that kind of makes sense. But by the same token, do you know who you're advertising? Do you know who you're advertising? Twitch. I think you do. I think you do. The porn rabbit. Yes, that's exactly what she is. That's exactly what she is.
Let me see. How high can we jump?
There's a lot of people who hate Twitch and are YouTube only. Yes, thank you, Ear, for the 5.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh. Okay, who is this guy? I have never seen the corgi guy. Is that guy actually that big?
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being my community and thank you for being my rock.
Oh, I gotta show off them numbers.
Hi everybody, I love you guys.
Again, who is this? Okay, I have to look it up. I need to know this corgi guy. I want to know how big he is because I've never seen him before. VTuber and emote. Oh, he's an emote salesman. Let's see. I have never, ever seen this guy before. He's got his own website too. Is he streaming right now? No, he's not streaming right now. He's got 50,000 followers. Who is he? Who is this guy? I've never seen this man before. Twitch decided to put him in my face and tell me to pay attention to him. Who the hell is this guy? I mean, I feel bad. I'm not going to try and be an asshole here, but I have no idea who this guy is. Wow. I don't know. That's just really funny. Oh, gosh. That is hilarious to me. That is really hilarious to me. Hi, Akko. Hello, Roxas. Furry diversity hire? I don't think so. I've seen him a couple times. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, listen, I'm not like part of the Twitch, what is it called? I'm not part of their community. I am part of my own community, the shit stirrer community. All right? All of you here are amazing. And we're all in our own community. I'm not in the Twitch community. So, maybe he's a decently sized guy. Don't mean to judge a book by its cover, but it's an absolute furry. Oh no, that's a furry. 110%. It's a furry. 110%. He's a furry.
That video is so cute.
I just want to know how he got on that video. Like, what did he do?
Group we have as VTubers, they're extraordinarily unique. Each person is an individual, and it's really wonderful just to see. I mean, they're a spectacle, and people should be paying attention to the VTuber community. But my goodness, they're all extremely different, and they all have something different to show off and showcase.
Mm-hmm. It also highlights, and it's one thing I like about the VTuber Awards. A big part, of course, a big part of Twitch are the communities that creators create. That on their channel.
More like, who did he do?
Often are what
no, chat, you can't say that.
Between creators.
Oh man, now you got me thinking. Oh no.
Big reason why streamers, really enjoy Twitch is because that sense of belonging in terms of their connection with other creators, and of course, this forms in different creator houses, different creator groups, different. There's all. This,
I don't want to think about what the furry did. Yeah.
And I think that is easier when you're establishing. And you're in person, and you are yourself in you're the person that's streaming is the person that you are, because then you go and live in a house, so you go here, you go there, and I think VTubing is a great example where there is a strong sense of VTubing communities, but because people are at very different stages in terms of when they move around, what they do. It takes.
Is the community in the room with us right now?
That sense of a meta community across VTubers, but it's really so important on Twitch. I know one of the topics we're going to talk about is the VTuber Creator Club.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Okay, so he's talking. Here, I'm going to turn him down because I really don't care what he's talking about at the current moment. He is talking about creator houses. Fun fact: I almost got into a creator house. If you don't know what a creator house is, it's basically where a bunch of creators live together and make content together. I was almost in one of those. Paco was talking at the end of my time with Paco. He talked about moving me into one. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because that sounds. I'll be honest. I just don't think I would have worked. It would have worked out. I would have been the odd one there personally.
Danilo, senior program manager, joining us to talk about the VTuber Club. Please, everybody.
Oh, they're talking about the VTuber Club.
Hi.
Hell yeah,
Hey,
chat.
folks.
That's the
How's it
place that
going?
I'm in. Oh, he's very
I
loud.
can't hear you, Danilo.
I can't either,
that's
Danilo.
Let's
It's
see
a
if-
classic mic moment.
Yes.
It happens to
classic
all of
mic
us.
moment.
Yes.
I might need production
Not
to
yet.
help.
Still
Keep
keep
trying.
talking, keep chatting, keep making sound, and when we hear you, we'll say something.
What's funny is I can hear him, and the
You'll be
chat can probably hear him.
entertaining. We hear your voice, because I will go ahead now and reveal what was happening before this. Okay,
Yes.
because we actually had some technical
Still
things
checking.
when we were working on vMix here, which we use right beforehand, and it all worked out. Special call out to Mark for working it out, but it highlights how
Creator houses have lots of drama. They do. They do. They do.
challenges on computers, and even when you use a high-end system like vMix, you can run into problems. Part
How
of
can you be the head of a streaming platform with no personality like the CEO and his co-host?
So complicated.
Oh, he has a personality. Dan does. It's just not a very. It's a very interesting personality.
And all sorts of stuff. And I know whenever I am streaming and I have an audio problem or a video problem or something like that, everyone finds it so funny that it.
Whenever the VTuber community has said Armchair loses another year off his lifespan. Yeah, I try not to say it because it doesn't exist.
Life online, and I often say the bellwether. Everyone talks about AI, Mary, and about how AI is going to take over the world. And I will tell you,
Not my world.
you do not have to worry about AI taking over the world until AI can solve all of our audio problems on computers and when streaming. So if it's ever the case that no more audio problems exist, because
Thank you for the 5 Wolf. Honestly, creator houses just breed relationship drama and high school like tactics. A lot of queen bees and cliches. I will tell you, I knew a couple people when I lived in Houston that did have that did live in a creator house, and they told me about some of the craziness. And yeah, it's kind of like that. The problem is, like, unlike when you're in like a VTuber org, it's a little bit easier to escape because you just turn off the computer and the 2D image is gone. But when you live in a creator house, you're stuck with the creator until you are able to leave. That's a little terrifying to me.
We've seen really great responses from our community, but we have you here specifically to talk about the VTuber Club, which I believe was launched last year. Could you tell us a little bit about the VTuber Club and the response that you've seen so far?
Yeah, well, as you
Whoa!
mentioned, Mary,
He's only coming out of one ear.
all about content, and out of the 6, one of them that we selected last year was the VTuber one. I don't think it should have caught us by surprise, but it certainly did. How passionate the VTuber community was. So I'll give you some quick numbers.
I'm going to pause it real quick. Mercenary, thank you for the 20. Great, finished my deliveries, but stuck in a ditch. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mercenary. I don't know if you drive for Amazon or if you're in it for another job. I know personally for me, as somebody who did do deliveries, I hope that you get out of that because that sucks. Thank you, Wako and Lumi, for keeping me company while I wait for AAA to pull me out of a ditch. I misjudged the turn in the dark. Should have had high beams on. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that you're able to get out of there. That really sucks. Yeah, I pray that you can get out of there and it does not cost an arm and a leg. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I hope and pray for you. That sucks. Oh, fun facts, chat. When we talk about the VTuber Creator Club founders here, again, I'm in the VTuber Creator Club. Half of these people have me blocked. Half of these people have me blocked. And I'm not going to point them out specifically because I could be wrong on a couple of them, but I know at least of 3 or 4 of them that I personally confirmed that have me blocked, and it's funny. It's just funny. And it could be for any variety of reasons, but it is very funny. Let's continue.
And they're pretty eye-popping. There are currently over 2,500 VTuber Club members. It's actually 2,600. I checked right before I hopped on the call. So we're adding hundreds of folks.
I'm one of those people, chat.
Some other cool stats that we got here are from like the VTuber Club. We've had over 1,600 unique folks on that server post cumulatively over 114,000 messages.
I don't know why this is a stat to be proud of.
Is what I'm hearing. We've also have attached a VTuber Twitch team to the club, and we've been able to add 850 channels to that as well. Talking about the passion, we've received over 6,300 applications. Over half of them are approved. Y'all really
we love to hear, Daniela, sorry to interrupt you. I love hearing about all the applications. We kind of get that this is a very popular club and people are all in. Can you tell us a little bit about what you actually do in the club? Like, what do you get?
I'm gonna listen to what he has to say, and then I'll tell you what I actually see in there.
One of the great things about the VTuber Creator Club
because I'm interested to hear what he says. Hello, here I'll stream the screen here, and because of how my audio works, the only way you'll be able to hear it is if I do this. They're talking about the VTuber Twitch Creator Club. You're in there too, aren't you?
Yeah, I was accepted in there before you were.
You were.
And when I looked in there, I'm like, oh, this is just every other VTuber server that people try to open up. It's just couple thousand people being like, hey, look here's my socials. And then they just never post in there again.
Pretty much. I mean, like, I've kind of posted in there. I mostly just post the yippee in there, and people are like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. And that's about all I do.
I mostly join those types of servers to lurk and wait.
And wait, exactly. I'm kind of like, that's kind of like what I'm doing too. I'm lurking and waiting for something. Pretty much. Mercenary, thank you for the 2. I have premium AAA and it's not bad. I'll DM you. Well, did you hear that? Mercenary, I guess, got stuck in a ditch. So
I was watching your stream, so yes.
Yeah, I hope that you're able to get out of that, Mercenary. That really sucks.
Just use your telepathic powers and you'll be out of there.
Does he have telepathic powers?
I don't.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, really quickly. Can you hear this?
Location. So it is no longer that
It's going to be coming through
necessary
my
to
microphone, by the way,
try
just letting
and
you know.
answer your streaming and
Oh, yeah,
VTuber
that's fine.
questions and seeking it out on Twitter or YouTube, asking your friends, asking chat, asking everybody that you can find. Now you have one central location where all these
And
folks
it's like, at
can
first
actually
I thought
ask that
the
question.
chick in the middle was Cat Liente, and I was gonna be like, that is literally the worst person you can have talk about VTubers, but then I was like, oh, that's not Cat Liente. Okay.
Oh, Mary Kish, the one that's I honestly have no idea who she is. I know that she's like a person in charge of something at Twitch, but I don't know much else about that. Waiting for the drama. They built it. The drama will come. We'll see, chat. We'll see. The Twitch Creator Club is a very isolated space where there's a lot of people that just they all just love each other there, and there haven't been any fights that break out.
It's a hug box right now. It has to be a hug box because otherwise there's a lot of people in there. There's a lot of eyes in there.
There is. So even I, chat, I am going to be nice in there because I need to be. What's odd is I've gotten a few followers from in there from people that are just like, oh my gosh, you're really cool. I'm going to follow you. And I'm like, I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm kind of crazy. And then they follow me anyway.
No, you take the numbers where you could get them.
Exactly. I'm a fan of the one. And if I can get the one, I'm very happy about that. I'm very, very happy about that.
And get answers from a variety of sources, from folks who are just starting on their affiliate journey, others who are pushing for partner, and plenty of others who have actually well exceeded those goals. So we're getting viewpoints from so many different directions, which makes it a really vibrant community where you can have those like in-depth conversations that can be really hard to do just online and asynchronously.
Yeah.
Great.
By the way, Danilo, one of the things you talked about was asking questions, which is great. And one thing that I encourage all those folks listening, of course, the VTuber is just one of our creator clubs. And in Danilo, in a second, I'm gonna ask you to share what some of the other creator clubs are, so everyone is aware. But a big part of this, in the end, the VTuber Creator Club is going to be what the VTubers that are members of the Creator Club make of it. A lot of times when we create these things, they start out as a forum for directing questions to Twitch. And really the magic of these Discord channels is what I...
It's funny, him mentioning that it could be a place for people to ask questions. I saw somebody in the server or in the Creator Club the other day ask like what the do's and do nots that will keep them from getting banned will happen. And I vaguely remember somebody saying, Twitch will not give you advice on that. We will not tell you what is and what is not acceptable here.
You would think that'd be one of the things that would be in the FAQ on what can I do to not get banned.
Yeah. I think I remember one of my rats telling me, or one of our rats telling us how they're having the dreaded lolly conversation in there. And
I seen that.
Yeah. I'm sure it's bound to happen multiple times. Chat, fun fact, a lot of people in the Creator Club, they're very afraid of mentioning the little 4-letter word here. So
It makes me want to do like one Twitch exclusive stream, just solely use my lolly model.
Oh man, I can't wait, because one day if I do get a lolly model, we need to do something like that. We need to have the Under the Tea stream where all of us are just in our small farms.
I often call this horizontal interaction, and people using it to form collaborations, form connections, form groups. That's something that Mary is very familiar with. Is one of the things Mary's been responsible for are our Unity guilds. And in fact, this is one thing that has happened a lot in our Unity guilds, where members of the Unity guilds have then used the guild as an opportunity to get a group of people to play Fortnite on Friday.
You haven't missed anything, Arden.
So
we haven't gotten to the actual interview yet.
So they do this or that, and it brings folks together, often doing stuff on stream. And that is not because we make it happen, it's because you make it happen. So for all the VTubers, remember that ultimately that club will be what you make of it, especially in terms of taking initiative. And the things that really work is when somebody just throws it out there and says, well, I'm looking for a group of folks to do this. Collaboration is a huge part of success on Twitch. As we were talking about earlier, I think this is one of the challenges in VTubing, is in terms of meeting and getting to know people so that you collaborate together in the content you're creating. And so that's one reason I'm bullish about it. Please use it. Try and find connections with other VTubers, collaborate with them, plan them, create regular events, and that's going to be part of the magic.
Yeah, and to your point, Dan, we have a VTuber collaborative forum on the server. So we've already seen dozens, if not hundreds, of VTubers posting about their favorite video games or their favorite format, and saying, "Oh yeah, who else wants to come on my stream and use stream together?" Or just
With how crazy people, this is just a thought that came over me. With how much people are having TDS and I guess now Elon derangement syndrome, do you think that people are going to start saying that they're going to leave Twitter and just engage in this? I would believe it if these people like, I'm just going to engage in the Twitch VTuber group forum. Wouldn't surprise me.
People are too locked into Twitter
Yeah.
to not use it. I mean, do you see how many people are coming back from Blue Sky?
Oh no, yeah. I've seen I mentioned it on Twitter the other day, and I'm not gonna say the VTubers on camera, but I've been slowly watching a couple of VTubers that are like, oh, I'm gonna leave Twitter forever and ever, and I'm never, ever, ever coming back. And they're all coming back. They can't stay away, chat. Just they're coming back. They have a fascination with Hassan. They do. They do. They do. They're 10 minutes in and not a single. Well, actually, chat, 10 minutes in was just the pre-stream. Although I don't necessarily count that. But no, yeah, they haven't gotten to the VTuber yet. Like I said, it's like 30 minutes before you actually get to Giga. So if you want me to skip, we're
some multiplayer gaming.
We're about. Oh, we're
also
almost
one
there.
of
We're
the
about 10
really
minutes
cool
out.
things that we've done is
But like, yeah, we're not to Giga just yet. By the way, my ears are trumpet. Thank you for the 2. Is she familiar with horizontal interactions? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that.
Which one? Familiar with horizontal interaction?
I don't know. I don't know.
But I think horizontal interaction sex.
Oh, I see.
The Devil's Tango, all that fun jazz.
I get you. Why don't use a waterfall elevator? Because this looks cooler, and I'll include a waterfall elevator eventually. This is just the practical, nice-looking thing. Let me unpause
a mailbox. So previously on screen, we had a picture of all our founding advisors. These are essentially VTubers that we've recruited to really inform staff on what should we know about the VTuber community. So when we are programming events on the Creator Club, we actually know what we're doing, and it is addressing some of the needs.
Okay, I need to bring up a picture. Because he says that the VTubers from the VTuber Creator Club are the people that they go to. Chat. I can agree with maybe 1 or 2 of them, but like out of all of these people, oh my, why am I just getting blurry images? Let me see if I can scroll back.
VTubers, those
do they show it again?
actually
Here, I'm gonna jump back really quickly here. Chat. They talk to all of these people. A lot of these people are literally nobodies that I have never seen before. I have seen approximately 2 of these people before they announced the Creator Club. And
I have seen 4 of these people. I have seen the one all the way on the far right. I have seen, I think her name's Blazette. I have seen the cat girl in the skin suit. And I have seen, I forgot her name, but the diner chick.
Oh, Lala, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. But like, I have never seen this butterfly one. I've never seen this one with horns. I've never seen the lolly. There's 2 lollies here, which is kind of hilarious, personally. I've never seen this one. I haven't seen this one. I don't know. I know the magical girl. I know Lala, and then I know the other ones that have me blocked.
It's like, I only know of, something like that. The one with the blue hair. Only from like a drama and stuff that was happening last year, but that's about it.
But yeah, I just when they say that they use these people to inform them on what the VTuber community needs, I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. These are like, again, Lala's and the magical girl, that they're fine. Everybody else, I don't know who they are. I don't know why they are my representative. It's like literally not my president, not my representative. Wait, is she a Melanin Mafia chick? Really? Wait,
Yes.
really? Oh man, we're
Yes.
totally screwed, chat. We're totally 100% screwed. Oh no. Oh no. These VTubers look diverse enough. They do. Maybe they're all DEI hires. Maybe. I don't know. Here, we're gonna jump back up here.
Make sure, are you a VTuber? Are you actively streaming on Twitch? And if you meet all of those criteria, then you should be able to get an invite to our creator club.
Fantastic. And you are currently accepting invites, are you not?
Ooh, so this is a great question. Because of the overwhelming demand, we had to temporarily pause applications for VTubers specifically. We are still completely open for all the 5 remaining clubs, but I get to drop some news today. We are opening up the VTuber applications as of today. So if you're an affiliate or partner VTuber, go ahead. I believe we might drop a link in chat, but if you don't, it's link.twitch.tv/creatorclubs. Go ahead, load up that Airtable form, and go ahead and apply. It's gonna take us a while to get through that backlog. I'm not gonna kid you there, but we'll still.
They have so many VTubers in that club.
Get to your application.
Oh.
You're probably gonna get that invite.
And I'll go ahead. I know one of the questions I could turn for you, Danilo, but I'll go ahead and answer it now, just for quick, because we probably should get on to bringing Giga
I mean, I
on.
think the
We're
one
having such a
benefit
great
of
time
that
talking about it.
Discord, it shows a pretty decent number on how saturated the market is, at least on Twitch.
I agree. There is like, and it does make me happy that I'm one of the very few people that does actually like jump over to YouTube. I mean, like, I feel like we all have done a pretty good job of cementing ourselves in the YouTube space. But holy shit, is there a lot of VTubers on Twitch?
Yeah,
it's crazy. We need Akko to apply to be an advisor. Chat, they would never let me in, and if they got wind of me, they would probably ban me because of how horrible I am. Lumi has a better chance than I do. Okay.
as long as they don't watch the Archcast, yeah, sure.
No, yeah, you are nice and chill. Unless you go back to doing your yap streams where you yap about people. Nobody will find out.
I was just talking about doing my yap streams again.
Oh, really? What are you planning to yap about first?
Oh, fuck if I know.
Oh, fair enough.
I don't plan stuff out. I just do.
I mean, fair enough. I pretty much decide things the day or two before. But no, yeah. I honestly, yeah. But I like your yap streams. Your yap streams are some of my favorite things to listen to from you just because they're fiery. You're really funny. You also don't give a shit. So it's, yeah.
I think there's a new Sydney Watson video that I'm probably going to watch because I watched one of her videos about the Lily Phillips and the Bonnie Blue thing. Then she posted another new one. So I might watch that. And probably, I don't know. I'll see what else Hypnotic and the others talked about, and probably makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Sydney Watson, she's the British one that used to be...
Australian.
Oh, right. Is she the one that used to be on Eliza Schaefer's show that was also suing him?
I have no idea who that is. All I know is that she's a fiery Australian that moved to the US and she has her own tea company. So.
Oh, there we go. Everybody sells tea or coffee these days.
I mean, it's painfully.
It is. We should sell cigarettes. I would never smoke them.
No. You gotta sell our own bullets.
Ooh, I'd be down for that. Engraved under the tea bullets with just fins on the casing.
Just like one random bullet. The in the box is kissed for luck.
Would you individually kiss that bullet?
I would.
Like instead of like chat. So I think it's like $18 for a box of 50. Last time I checked. That's probably way cheaper than it actually is. But like you turn it up to $25, and every single box has one bullet that was kissed by you.
Yes.
What that's I'll be honest with you, that would sell. I believe that would sell.
I think it would. Now just figure out how to manufacture my own bullets and how can
if I remember correctly, if you can get your hands on casings and then just the regular bullets themselves, you can like reload them yourself.
It's like I know how to like recase shells and stuff. Shotgun.
Yeah. It's I think I don't know, because I live in an apartment. I don't think I could get away with having my own smeltery where I smelt the casings and then like put the bullets in them. Probably could reload bullets somewhere in my apartment, but I probably couldn't like melt down.
I don't know. It could be a business endeavor where it's like under the T branded bullets. So fucking imagine that.
Yeah,
I
dude.
should probably tell Rage, be like, Rage, you got a future.
Yes.
Business venture that'll shoot off.
Exactly.
Technically.
Exactly.
But shoot off literally and figuratively.
What kind of bullets would you do? I know 9mm would definitely be pretty standard.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the bullets and be like, huh, what fits most?
Fair enough. Really quickly, well, thank you for the 5. I hate this cold because all the mucus in my lungs and nowhere else. So it feels like I'm coughing up a lung each time. Yeah, it is. Well, what's funny is it's actually getting warm here soon. There was were you affected by that cold front that hit the east side of the US recently?
Yes, it got to about negative 30 degrees.
Oh, was that with or without wind chill?
With wind chill and lake effect.
Oh man, it just reminds me when I was a missionary. Did I ever tell you when I was a missionary? I once one of my companions was like, "We're gonna go knocking on doors in negative 24 wind chill." Oh, that was fun. That was very fun. Anyway. Yeah, it is kind of cold, but it is getting warmer. Let's continue though.
We could go on for a while. One reason that we don't just let everybody in at once is because part of building a community is making sure you just don't have a big bucket where a bunch of people come into the community. It actually works better to have it grow more organically over time with adding, a certain amount, because then the norms of the community and all that. So that's something that is in general true of communities, that communities that go from 100 to 10,000 overnight actually usually don't form as super vibrant communities because it's just suddenly so. We're aware of that from other platforms, and so the team basically has it grow at a steady pace till it gets everyone, because that helps make it a vibrant community. So that's one reason why it's like you may have to wait a little while, but in the long run it'll be good for the community. So
Daniela, we really appreciate you being on. Is there anything else that you want to say to our VTubers who are probably watching right now?
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, I'll
that's
also
us.
say that one of the awesome things about the V2 community is that y'all are so diverse. You have so many amazing ideas, and I think one of the amazing things about VTuber and having that avatar is it allows folks to feel a lot more comfortable in front of the camera, so to speak. But the amount of conversations I've had with folks saying, I'm only streaming because I have a VTuber avatar is really amazing to hear, and that's something that we will continue to encourage and invest in at Twitch.
Thank you, Danilo.
Hard
we really
to
appreciate your
disagree.
time and talking to us about clubs. Hopefully you guys all see that link in chat. Danilo, thanks for joining us.
Later, y'all. Bye.
Bye. I really could talk about clubs for a lot longer because I love them and they're really fun, and I think they're an excellent way for people to meet each other and come together and talk to us about what they want to see. But I think that we, as Dan mentioned, have a wonderful guest that I really want to get to. We are so happy to introduce Giga, who is a VTuber, also a member of VShojo, to Patch Notes. Everybody, please give a warm welcome to Giga. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
For a second.
Yep.
Because this was talked about toward the end of Armchair stream a little bit, because he's going to be doing the Armchair Classic, probably about 8-hour long stream going over this.
Yeah.
Next week.
Oh, he's gonna go over this stream?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's gonna be amazing. I can't wait to watch it.
Same.
But I don't think anyone from VShojo probably shouldn't be doing this interview, in my humble opinion, because VShojo and Twitch has a little bit of an incestuous relationship, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows that Gunrun was one of the, I don't know if I would say founders or first investors, I don't know what to call them, for Twitch when it first, opened up and stuff.
Yeah.
In Twitch. So I'm sure there are some backroom handshakes that prevent the V Shoujo talent from like either consistently getting banned. I know Kei-san got banned because she was really dancing on that line and kind of crossed it a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I know Nanners got banned when she was still part of V Shoujo, but she was still able to go on other people's streams while she.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh gosh, damn. No, yeah, but you do bring up a good point. The one of the things, chat, that not a lot of people know. Well, they don't now. But it is basically an open secret that the Vshoujo CEO was one of the big people at Twitch, and so when we talk about platform openness or just like them being transparent with people, it's really weird considering who owns Vshoujo and who they used to work with. So it is really weird because again, I'm still waiting for that Shy Lily interview. I still would like to hear it. Have no update or knowledge on when it's going to come out. I'm interested to see if she'll ever update people on it.
I'm sure we'll never get it because they'll say, "Oh, this is good enough."
Mm-hmm. Probably, and this ain't anywhere near. Anyway,
I honestly think Armchair should interview him.
Huh?
I think Armchair should interview Dan.
I agree. I think Armchair would do a good job.
I think Armchair would be too scary for him, though.
Well, did you ever want? I interviewed Armchair on my channel a couple months ago. Did you ever listen to that where he and I talked about where he came from and what he did?
No, I didn't even know you interviewed him.
Yeah, I'll send you the VOD later. But he and I just sat and talked about VTuber shit, and we talked about how like, you know, he had these ideas for some cool things he wanted to do in life, and then when the VTuber stuff happened, it's just like, you know what, we're gonna do this. This is very fun as well. So I really like Armchair because like he's one of the few people that went to college, and it's just like, you know what, it's a good thing that you went to college because you're very smart.
It's like he provides a lot of insight. Are a lot of people scared of his streams because they're like 7+ hours long? Yeah, sure. But they're all very informative. I have learned a lot from that Australian Armchair.
Yeah, one of the very few Australians that I'll be like, you know what, we accept you here. Oh goodness.
Have you? And in fact, just so everyone knows, Giga and I, we met earlier today, so I'm excited, looking forward to chatting with Giga for a while. And Giga, why don't you share your pronouns for the audience, since I know that's particularly important in VTubing.
Very important.
Your name and pronouns, please.
No, I go by she, her.
Oh my god,
that's all fine with me.
Very important.
Wonderful. Giga, I mean, my first question is just a pretty simple one of like, tell me a little bit about your background in getting into VTubing and how long you've been VTubing.
Yeah, okay, so I'll start with I joined in around the same time a lot of streamers started streaming during the COVID boom, right? Everyone was at home and bored. So a lot of people, started becoming viewers and watching Twitch, but a lot of people also decided to start streaming because they were at home doing nothing. I actually come from a very long tech background, so I wasn't planning on becoming a professional streamer by any means, but I started doing it as a hobby because I was just home more, right? And I found VTubing interesting because of the tech behind it, because of the tools that were being used, and I saw that at the time, the tools were not that streamlined. They weren't very well made, etc. And I was really interested in seeing what I could do with that, knowing, that I could probably do a little more, eke a little more out of it. And yeah, so I just tried it, and it ended up turning into a lot more than that.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't have the data on this, but I suspect if I did do a poll, I know as right now I'm thinking of 3 or 4 data points that I know of VTubers that have a tech background. And I suspect that what you'll see is a disproportionate, in fact, a large percentage of VTubers come from a tech background.
I would say yes for the ones that showed up around that era, around that time. Because
if being able to turn on a computer is a tech background, that's a low bar.
Hey, I agree. I'm going to be honest with you. I do know there's quite a few VTubers that do have a tech background, but I feel like he's kind of overselling a lot of VTubers are in tech. Or maybe I'm just not understanding what he's saying here, but I just... Also, Mizu, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. you're welcome to jump in, Mizu, whenever if you'd like. We just started the interview, by the way, so you're all the interview with Giga.
Dan, don't worry. Dan made sure to ask what her pronouns are.
Yes.
It's okay. We're safe.
Yes, pretty much. Now, chat, you know that we are pronoun disrespecters here in the chat, so I am not going to ask you what your pronouns are, and I will actually shame you.
Welcome, fellow pronoun disrespecter.
Is the Fish Boy still streaming? He just rated over here. You just missed the pronouns. Yes, you just missed the pronouns, pretty much.
I just did a short, like, 1 hour stream chat.
Welcome.
Going over, like, the powder stuff.
How is that?
It is a lot of death threats. And a lot of racism.
Is it really?
A lot of people calling her a stupid white bitch.
Okay, so it's not the fun racism.
Oh gosh. So I seem to recall, because like when we did our stream talking about her a couple of months ago, and I don't think Lumi was there for that.
She still has me blocked, by the way, from that.
Really? Yeah. Well, she
I know
blocked me
Powder
from
still
that.
has me blocked.
Yeah. Trying to remember. Were a lot of people upset at her back then as well, during the whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe our opinion came down to she's being dumb.
Yeah. No, that's yeah, pretty much. My pronouns are Akko fan. You know what? I'll accept those. I'm still a pronoun disrespecter, but I'll accept that. Oh fuck. Anyway, but yeah,
I don't think I'm on your screen, by the way.
Oh, hold on. I'll bring it
I think
up.
you've only got Lumi's Fuji.
Yep, let me unhide it. There we go. I'll make you a little bit.
But yeah,
Hide the blue one.
it's just exhausting.
It is.
Yeah.
I'll make it look.
And it's going to be another 4 years.
Yep.
I'll be
Aren't
honest.
you excited?
I'm so mad.
Why are you mad?
I'm just reading through the stuff some of them say, because they're all stupid. There's so many times I saw Trump is canceling cancer research. It's like, the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I think I vaguely know, because when I was talking about his his executive orders, he did a stream that I decided to tune in where he's basically employing AI to fund mRNA vaccines, which is very interesting. We're not going to get into agreements or disagreements on that here, but he's basically pairing up with tech agencies to use AI to figure out the proper vaccines to heal people from cancer.
Yeah, no, I said this on my stream. I've followed that for years. That's not a new suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
That's been a suggestion like over a decade in the making.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's very interesting. I don't feel like he's the first guy to say okay to that. But I'm gonna tell you.
Don't forget, guys. All these people don't know anything about politics. Until it's politics they don't like, then suddenly they're experts.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, pretty much.
Well, I mean, that's what I kind of said in mine, right? Is a lot of them are like, oh, this is clearly just such a stupid, dumb idea. And it's like, do you know anything about cancer treatment? Do you know anything about, like, AI in the medical field? Like, no, you don't.
I do. I've watched plenty of Breaking Bad.
That's unironically how some of them act.
I know. That's how dumb it is. It's just like, bro.
It's so dumb. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about this field, but you're so convinced that everyone is an idiot just because, like, I don't know, you heard somebody talk about it once.
Yeah.
Like, there's a genuine belief that AI could be super useful in helping dealing with a lot of medical issues.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because it can spot little stuff a regular person just can't see.
Mm-hmm. But because it's AI, it's super duper evil, and we can't give it any credence whatsoever.
Yeah, people have like deluded themselves into thinking it's impossible to be good.
Yeah. And that's why I am more and more deciding to shrink the amount of people that I consider commissioning for stuff, because the artists are the worst at it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
It's like you would think, okay, since a lot of these artists are starving artists that are constantly be like, can you commission me, please? Shakes cup on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
If someone is going to hand them over like a couple $100s for a commission, they're going to swallow their pride and take them.
Well, I mean, like that's the thing that bugged me, like, because a couple weeks ago during my subathon, I had gotten into it with another artist that was just like, oh, you won't outright say that AI is horrible and you let people make AI art of you. I hate you. And it's just like, bro, it's not like I'm outright going to buy AI commissions from people. That would be a little bit different. You're getting mad at me. You're getting mad at somebody who literally just doesn't care. And it's just like, if this is how you're going to be, you're going to lose a customer that was willing to spend a lot of money with you.
Yeah. It's just like you want to take this like $500? Yeah, I'm hungry. Okay. If they find out about like my political leaning, I don't want your dirty money anymore. Thought you said you were about to get evicted. I don't want it anymore.
You know, it's funny.
There's a very old Jim stream about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to do more reactions to Jim content, because when I had Amalgam, who you need to meet, Lumi. Amalgam's pretty crazy. I'm sure that Arch is going to bring her on at some point. She and I were just sitting there reacting to a Jim stream, and it was amazing. It was absolutely hilarious.
That's the one with the cancer age, right?
Jim, yes. Jim is the one with the cancer AIDS.
Oh, okay.
Amalgam is the one who liked Sargon back when Gamergate was going on. She was a huge Sargon fan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
People keep saying I should meet Sargon, but at this point, I don't think Sargon wants me after the whole Savvy stream.
The what stream?
Savvy, with Madam Savvy.
Oh, I can't remember. Did you make fun of him during that stream?
No, but people are starting to, in super chats, people are starting to write gay fan fiction with Arch and Sargon. And then Boog made Arch and Sargon yaoi AI art.
I see.
It was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous.
I see. Well, maybe he'll meet if he doesn't want to meet you, he'll probably meet her, because like she's a super fan of his. She doesn't like what he did when it came to like the gay ops stuff when she heard about that, but she liked Sargon, so she was very surprised when like Arch came into my chat and said, "Is this a new person to put in the bag?" And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I know he's trying to find more VTubers to groom.
Yeah.
And he keeps sending me out to find more, which I have successfully found 2 more.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who'd you find?
That's a surprise.
Okay, fair enough.
Because one of them will be coming on in the next couple weeks.
Fair enough. Sargon's trying to move into more serious political stuff and away from just being an internet personality. I mean, if it works for him, great. Fantastic.
To be fair, he did that years ago and kind of flunked out.
Maybe he's taking a different approach rather than just the approach he took when he was doing UKIP.
Yeah, the only time I ever listen to Sargon talk is when he's doing his new podcast with Arch.
So what I know is that he does, I guess now he does that, but he does his Lotus Eaters thing where he talks.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only other time I know about him.
Sargon is anti-VTuber? Oh, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, he is.
Because he's gay and cringe.
I thought he's married and has kids, though.
I mean, from the yaoi fan art that I seen, yes. Also, I was sent the Sargon body pillow, too.
You were sent wait, like somebody wants to send it to you, or did they just send you a picture of it?
Sent me a picture of the Sargon body pillow.
Oh.
It was very cringe. It's from 2017.
Can I be honest with you? If somebody sent me a picture of a gym body pillow, I would think that would be just as cringe. I don't know.
I mean, that's fair.
I don't know. That's just me, though. Anyway, Chu, thank you for the 10. Personally, AI is here to stay, so I don't see a point in complaining or crying about it. Just do your best as an artist. I agree. And Chu is a good artist, by the way, as well. But yeah, AI is here to stay. You just gotta. We've made this argument dozens of times, but it's just like digital art. You gotta adapt, or your trade will die. But anyway. Let's get back to the interview here. We just got past the pronoun shit. Let's see what they're gonna talk about next.
Much not available to most people. And then I think nowadays, a lot of the ones that have shown up in the past 2 years or so, it's much more available. The tech really does exist for anyone to hop into it easily.
Yeah, I think that's very true. In fact, one of the things I'll talk about is some of the tech with Giga, because for those people that are interested in it, I think it's interesting. But before we get into that, Giga, so you started out, and by the way, you mentioned I wasn't full-time. Are you full-time now?
Yes, I've been full-time for maybe 2 years.
And so why don't you talk about the journey from when you started up to becoming full-time? Because I suspect there are a lot of people that, share that they're thinking about it. Maybe, do I want to, the trade-off, and all that.
Very much so. Yeah. So I started streaming after work every day. So I would stream around 8 p.m. Eastern and go until 2 a.m., right? Assuming I had no extra work I had to do after normal hours. And I would just do that every day for fun. That was it. But my first stream, I streamed with a friend who was also a VTuber that I had just kind of met online playing games and all of that. And she brought me on in a collab for my first ever stream. And
Is that
I had
Zen?
over 15 viewers, about 15 to 20, which, for most people's first stream is very atypical. So I said, okay, maybe I should stream often. So I kind of just immediately started streaming multiple days a week to see if I could carry that, because I felt that was an opportunity most people don't have, right? They stream to no one to start for months. So I did that, and it just worked out. And the VTubing community, you mentioned earlier that you consider it sort of a meta community, right? Where the community isn't about the game people play or anything. It's really something a lot more vague, a lot wider. And I found that community was incredibly insistent on pushing forward smaller streamers within it. So if someone found a VTuber that they thought was nice, they had 10 viewers, everyone would go, you should watch this person, you should watch this person. And they didn't do that to friends, they did that to people that they just thought were interesting or could make it. And so that's what happened to me. A lot of people started going,
That
hey, you
sounds like
guys
a little
should
bit
watch
of
this
coke.
person, she's
What do you mean?
They're saying it was based on like finding smaller people and boosting them, even if you weren't friends. I don't buy that. I've not seen that with a lot of the other VTubers.
A lot of the big ones, you mean?
Yeah, it seems like it's almost solely exclusively a friendship thing.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, it's like the people that I personally promote. Usually I either become friends with them shortly after, or they're already. I won't go to a complete stranger and just be like, "Oh yeah, they seem neat." No, it's people that I already know or at least am acquainted with.
Yeah. And with the larger people, they typically only will raid into people that somebody's been vetted.
Yeah.
And I know she might be talking about like in the past. I don't remember this ever happening in the past either. In the past, it was all HoloLive. And HoloLive didn't raid anybody.
No, I mean, like, because it's very dangerous if they raid somebody that the company could get in trouble for.
Yeah.
Which is very fair.
And also getting like 10 to 15 people watching you on your first stream. She must have had a decent sized friend who like didn't signal boost, but it's like, hey, look at my friend streaming here, and just took their word for it.
Yeah.
Well,
because like hell, I was streaming till like no people for 6 months, and then like 3 people for like a year.
And
then it's like kind of grew from there.
Well, yeah, because like we all kind of were in the same boat. Like I was stuck at 5 to 15 people for a while I was playing Warframe. And then we started our podcast, and all of us slowly started growing off of the podcast. And then I did the curse talk, and that skyrocketed me. And then you met Arch, and that skyrocketed you, and Mizu with Twitter and all that kind of stuff. So like we've all like grown off of each other. But like there's been like definable moments for us, which I feel like doesn't happen very often with a lot of other streamers, because it is kind of like a close-knit community where only certain people are thrown out. And I don't know if this is true, but like, is Giga friends with Zen? Because I feel like she might be talking about Zen. Potentially.
I didn't know who Giga was for the longest time, but I think she's one of Zen's friends.
I don't know.
I don't pay attention to corpo VTubers all that much.
Me neither.
Well, it's like there's a couple corpos that I'm starting to actually care about, but it's none of the large ones.
Well, you care about them because they just look interesting to you.
Yeah, I love the ship girls and the jet girls. They're so cute.
Yeah. Are they actually like chill people?
Yes, I was yapping up one DMs the other day. She is so chill.
That's nice. That's nice. Any potential future collabs between you and a ship girl in the future?
I don't know. I don't know if I have to go through management or not, but I think it'd be fun. But that means I'd have to either start looking at real-time strategy games or World of Warships.
I could help you with that.
I know you can.
That's Mizu's autism right there.
Lumi, you're a corpo too now. I didn't sign a contract, and technically it's still a group right now.
Exactly.
It is.
So it's not a corpo until I have to have a contract be looked at by a lawyer.
Well, technically, we have a lawyer.
Third-party lawyer.
Third party retainer, Lolly. Lumi getting shipped. Oh gosh. I saw Dako after watching her videos of VTubers freaking out about Trump. A lot of people actually, I got like 1,000 people that came to me after that video, which is really funny. I'm still getting comments on that video. It's really funny. Anyway.
It's interesting, blah, blah, blah. And it turned into, something that really worked out.
Yeah.
And I just streamed and was grinding, and eventually it worked. That's really it.
Yeah. Well,
congratulations. It's a huge success to get to be full-time, to be honest with you. And I think we all know that. It is a wonderful accomplishment. So good for you.
It's tough. Yeah. Thank you.
One of the things you talked about, which I always say
tougher than a 9 to 5.
Streamers are starting, that you started it because you were enjoying it. And then over time, you started thinking, oh, well, maybe this will be a meaningful part of my life and how I fund my life, right? And I always tell folks that, like, if streaming does take a fair amount of time, right? Because you have to be live. And if you don't really enjoy it when you're live, and then when you're not live saying, oh, I kind of miss streaming, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh, tonight I might be able to stream, right? Oh, I have some time tonight. I might be able to go on and stream. I know, like, for me today, just because of this and that, I'm like, oh, I may be able to do a stream tonight because, my wife's going to be here and I'll be here and without anything I need to do. And then in general, I think it's very hard. You're not going to do all that if you are doing it to be big. You need to enjoy being small because it does take time. And then growth can come, and for some people, and for some people it may not come. That's the interesting thing, is this idea that the other thing I often think about is, I think one of the things that's hard is if you feel like you always have to keep growing when you're streaming. So why don't you talk a little bit about that right now? Because now you've reached a certain level, and it is the fact that your livelihood depends upon your streaming, which creates more pressure in terms of I need to grow, which creates, angst and anxiety and worry and tension, when part of what you want to just do is...
Can I be honest? I'm getting some anxiety just listening to this.
Very much so. Yeah, I think it's like you said, it's a bit unique streaming in the vast world of content, in that you have to be live to be gaining anything, right? Nothing is really gained passively. And obviously people have YouTube channels, whatever, they put videos up there. They tend to kind of split things out. But for the most part, if you're just a streamer, you just have to be live to be making any money, to be in front of your community and interacting with them. If it's not even about the money for you, so it's it's huge on the time. And it's easy to get into that mindset of, I should just be live more. I should just stream more. I could grow more if I'm just here more. And people end up streaming for 16 hours sometimes, and then they end up hating it because they...
Did you say something to me?
Yeah, I just said pause for a second.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to be alive all the time. If you want to engage with the community, be active in your Discord. I know a lot of larger VTubers, or hell, even mid-sized VTubers, who hardly talk in their Discords at all.
Same.
It's like, interact with your community if you really want to build a relationship with them. Not that type of relationship, you freaks. Anyways.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I try to maintain that.
It's like, I host movie nights. I know Mizu does. I know you do. I know Rima does as well. She also sits and plays League. Rima, I don't know how to play League. And I think her members only chats as well. So, like...
That's not a bad idea. The League part is a bad idea, but like playing games in chat was not a bad idea. I might start doing that. Just play. That's not a bad idea, actually. Holy cow!
Also, I think having this discussion probably isn't the best when Twitch actively encourages you to stream at least 4 hours.
Yeah.
To
Because
get
they don't
anywhere,
push-
like
Yeah, they don't push your streams out to anybody until you hit over that 4-hour.
No,
like,
yeah.
a lot of people get in this mindset where they think they need to stream a whole bunch. It's like, yeah, you kind of have to on Twitch.
Yeah, like, and Giga is correct. You're not growing if you're not streaming. But the problem is that's only on Twitch. That is the problem. If you're on YouTube and you're creating other content to supplement what you do, you're gonna grow off of that. That's why, like, I want to do more videos in the future. Maybe reduce streams I do and do more videos, because videos are like the real thing that makes YouTube so successful. And YouTube even says so. So I don't know. I feel like Giga doesn't. When you get into the grind set of just doing Twitch, this is the grind set that I hear oftentimes from a lot of these Twitch streamers. But it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, it's like, personally for me, I want to do more Yap streams because I kind of want to.
What?
Sorry, excuse me.
You're good.
I kind of want to do more on like what Rima does, where her editors cut up her Yap streams, segments between different topics,
and
then just upload to them as highlights. That's why she has her second channel for, just uploading her stream highlights. Then she has her main channel for live streams and her large edited videos.
Now that's what I'm doing as well. I don't really know how I want to like do stuff. I might have to start a second channel for stuff like that. But like, I know I do have like big ideas I want to do, but then like I also want to edit down my videos as well and do stuff like that, because I do believe that having Yap segments like that where you just upload them as segments, it is a great way for people to ingest your content. Plus, it just seems to be extremely popular. It's like the Asmongold thing, where that's all he does. I want to do that, basically.
Yeah.
I just wing it.
Yes.
I mean, that's totally fine too, if that's what makes you happy.
It's like, it's funny, our random little Yap streams that we decided together just randomly pop off, and that's how people start getting into fights. It's like, what did we do?
Is that why YouTube streams only start going anywhere past 3 hours? I don't know how it works on YouTube. We're mentioning Twitch because they're talking to Dan Clancy. On Twitch, you need to stream. You're supposed to stream at least 4 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Somebody sent me a super chat. I want to make sure I read it, because I'm a dirty whore. Mercenary, thank you for the 2. God bless AAA. I'm free of the ditch and homeward. Congratulations, Mercenary. I hope you get home safe. I know that was a little earlier ago, but I hope that you do get home safe, because being in a ditch is not fun, personally. Question: how do you avoid? Just make sure not to screw up your algorithm. How do you avoid that? Well, once you know what your audience is, don't deviate against the algorithm. Like, if you upload content that your audience won't like, or that doesn't fit with what YouTube already knows you as, it's not going to mesh well. So, there is a way to mess up your algorithm, but there is also a way to fix it as well. And this is something I learned a while ago: is if you think your algorithm is messed up, private all the videos that that people don't watch, or just upload them somewhere else so that people can watch them.
It's like I want to start uploading more, like when I start doing my Yap streams again. I want to upload segments over to Rumble and stuff as well.
That's not a bad idea.
Just so I have like videos over there instead of just my what did I have of it?
Yeah.
My Dustborn Supercut, which but yeah. It's like there's one video that I seen a while ago, LD again, that I want to react to. It's another English VTuber that found Lolly God Requiem, is having thoughts about it, and their thoughts are incorrect.
Oh, can I come for that one?
Oh, of course you can.
I think I know the one you're talking about. Is it the one where, like, in the comments everybody was mogging her because they all said that she was incorrect?
I don't know. I didn't watch the video, nor did I open it. All I seen was like, oh, this song's meaning in English is worse than you thought, or some shit like that. I'm just like, to read.
Oh no, that's funny. What's funny is when I say that VTuber, the problem is there's been so many VTubers that have had incorrect opinions on Lolly God Requiem that it could be anybody. So, I would have to see it.
I hope me and Mizu can pull another Calda's life and she privates the video.
Dude,
That
that
would
was
be
really
funny.
funny. That was really, really funny. If you do it on the podcast channel, I want to come for it because it's really good. Another one of those? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
We can continue.
They do way too much and they burn out. But I found for myself, at least, having a full-time job while I started streaming for the first, at least year and a half of it, that kept me from being able to do that, right? I would stream after work. I'd have to sleep at some point because I would have to work the next day. And I found that I was able to pace myself. And I think that actually was a big part of me being able to get to where I was, because I know myself. And if I did not have a day job, I would have been streaming 16 hours a day,
I mean, a lot of people would
Yeah, in
probably
fact,
do that.
Sometimes, we talk about streamer burnout, right? And a lot of streamers think about that. And I think it's absolutely the case that sometimes you get diminishing returns and you just think more.
Yeah.
And then you overdo it. And actually, you do get diminishing returns. In other words, the difference between streaming 8 hours a day versus 12 hours a day, it's not the same between 0 and 4 hours, right? It's significant that the marginal 4 hours is a lot less. And then the other thing that I find interesting is you need to keep what you're doing on stream new and different. So talk to me about how you do that. Like, what do you do on stream and how do you keep it interesting for you?
Okay, so for myself, the format of my streams is always that I do a long just chatting segment before I hop into some sort of game. So I do both chatting and gaming, and I'll sit there and talk and essentially podcast about whatever my chat brings up or something I saw earlier that day or just anything, gaming, whatever it is, for an hour.
Would you
sometimes
pause?
up to
I hear this suggestion a lot with like bigger streamers. It's like, oh, just talk to your chat for like an hour or so. Yeah, that only works after you're already big.
It does.
Yeah.
And they all say it as if it's like the most normal thing in the world. Like, it did work for her because, as she said, like, when she first started, she started with like 12 solid people in chat talking because of her friend or whatever. Most people are starting with 0. And you have to sometimes go for months learning how to speak to yourself and nobody else. And that's just what you have to do. But all of them always say the same thing, like, no, all you gotta do is, talk to your chat. There is no chat.
Yeah, no, it's very naive because again, a lot of these people, and I'm not really going to fault Giga for it, but a lot of them don't really understand what like the little person struggle is. Because I think that if you're over 10 people, you're already like on your way in terms of like being a creator. And I don't think a lot of these people really know what it's like to. I think some of them probably do, but a lot of them don't really know what it's like to stream to the void and only have your mom, your cat, and one random friend in chat with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are also way too old. Like they a lot of them grew up with old YouTube and old Twitch, where anybody really could just succeed one day.
Yeah. And also, it's like, I think a lot of them who manage to grow fairly fast probably don't struggle financially either. So that also kind of goes into it, because a lot of the larger VTubers are constantly adding or changing something to their brand, to their model, constantly getting new stuff. Well, it's like a lot of people
posting
who just
new art like every single day.
Yeah. And the ones that just kind of like, can only update new things like every other year or like twice a year. It's like people want to see that constant, like, oh, look at new thing. Oh, look at new thing. Oh, look at their third debut outfit in 1 year. Ugh.
And not just that, but also like she mentions that like she does just chatting, but then she does a game. One of the best ways to grow on Twitch is to do game of the week. You know what new streamers who are working a day job can't typically afford? The new $60 game that comes out every single week.
Soon to be $100.
Soon to be $100. But also somebody in chat says, I guess it's similar to how rich people talk to poor people about making money. Yeah, kind of the same thing. Because like if you look up people that are very wealthy talking about how to like save and make money. They're like, oh, you just need to like invest into like, you know, these different stocks and stuff. It's like, okay, where am I getting the money to invest? Oh, you can take some of it out of your savings. Okay, well, where's my savings?
It's like you can have this ramen noodle packet.
Yeah.
That's about all I can give you. I am lucky and very thankful for the community that I have, because some of them do gift me like games that are coming out soon, or gift me games that are decently popular at the time.
Yeah.
I am always eternally grateful for that, because hell knows that like what game I would be sitting around and doing like, you know, fucking nothing with if like, you know, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out in 10 days. And I forgot which person got, I think it was Mercenary. I don't remember. Was it Mercenary? But they got me the deluxe edition of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which means I can just go feet first into that game and I will be very happy. But if I didn't have that, then I would be like, okay, am I able to afford the game right now so I could play it on release? No? Okay, I'm gonna have to wait a couple weeks, and then the hype's died down.
Yeah. No, yeah. And it's just like, I mean, we're all lucky because like we've got an audience because of the genre that we've jumped into, but a lot of people don't have that, and so sadly, just like again, it's just very ignorant, or not ignorant, it's just very naive for that mindset that like this is how you can jump into it, because most VTubers never will, period. And I don't know, it just sounds very naive to think that, and maybe they know that. I don't think so. I don't know. It's very wishful thinking. Speaking of Kingdom Come, Lumi, what do you think about all of the rumors about Kingdom Come being hyper gay?
Oh, I've seen it. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. It's like you have to go out of your way to be a fucking homo.
Yeah.
In the second game, apparently. And so someone offered to pay me money to see if those diversity NPCs are invincible or not. So in my playthrough, I'll have a separate save file for the stab the diverse to see if they die or not.
Oh man, that's funny. That's really funny.
I know, it's like I don't care. Honestly, I really don't give a shit. I'm gonna play the game how I want, and plus, someone else already spent their money to play the game, so I'm gonna play it regardless.
Yeah.
And the less people that are playing it and streaming it, the more eyes on my content. So yeah, sure, give up your revenue, let me have it. I don't care. Give it.
There you go. I kind of want to. I still need to play the first one. I tried to boot it. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll play it tomorrow. I'll do some tomorrow. Before our before our me and Temp stream, because I'm interested. I just have to get in there and fix the settings, because it like decided to mess up all of my computer screens, and I don't like it when games do that.
I don't know how it managed to do that, but it's like it's a very, very good game. It's and I it's like no matter how tempted you are to just go straight to the second game, don't. You'll miss a lot of context. You'll be very confused with various names. Then you'll be like, huh?
So is it like a direct sequel?
Yes, it is a direct sequel. It takes place right after the first.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You know what? Because of that, I'll keep that in mind. I don't even own the second one, but I'll play the first one, and I'm sure that people will come to me because the first one will have notoriety because of the second one. Supposedly, you can be uber racist in 2. Will she accept the challenge? Oh, dude.
Yes. There's a rumor that the one black guy in the game can accuse him of a crime he didn't do. I don't have confirmation on it yet, but I sure as shit will confirm or deny that myself.
I need a clip of that when you do it.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That's amazing. You know, we need a Lucky Entertainment channel where we just have clips of all of us thrown on there. Kind of like how the Yogscast does it.
I told Rage that he needs to get the Lucky Entertainment channel up so then he can just have like clip compilations of all of his talent through the week.
Yeah.
Just like the weekly highlights of Lucky or whatever.
Holy shit, that's amazing. And it'll pay for itself eventually.
Yeah.
I can't believe
What
that.
do you mean, Lumi? He did do the crime. Did do the crime. 100% take it from me.
Oh fuck! All right, let's continue before I die.
3 hours before I actually start playing a game. And then with gaming, sometimes it's collabs, sometimes it's whatever. I tend to play whatever is new and out, but I also do a heavy focus on indie games and trying to focus on things that are obscure and have no marketing. So I'm one of those creators that's very open to indie devs emailing me codes of their games, and then I just test them on stream.
Which you will only get because you're big.
I also love indie games.
Oh, pause it. She's open for indie devs to just give her the game for free, but she won't go out of her way and buy it and be like, "Oh, this game's pretty neat. Go check it out."
Maybe she does, but like, man, I'd love to. Well, I can't say no. I do occasionally get stuff like that.
Look,
But
that's helpful for a poor person. My issue with her commenting that is she's like, you know, I'll buy the newest games and then, you know, I'll get indie games for free. It's like, yeah, I feel like if you're going to be like an indie game streamer, you need to be buying your games. Because typically indie games are substantially cheaper. Like, not even remotely same ballpark of price. And you're like, I'm buying my expensive AAA games, but, you know, I'm just waiting for the indie devs to get B codes.
yeah. Well, typically for me,
It seems a little rude.
no, yeah. I mean, for me, typically, I'll either buy it or you'll give it to me from the Humble Bundle. Either way, I do buy pretty much all my indie games for the most part.
Yeah.
What indie games
It,
do you
it
have?
just sounds weird.
It does.
So many. Obviously the most commonly produced indie game genre, which is a deck building roguelike, is probably my most favorite thing. Thankfully that they make a lot of those. I'll play
You know
a lot
what,
of those on
chat?
stream.
Because she mentioned deck
things like
building.
that, beat 'em ups and fighting games, or you know, little indie projects reminiscent of that. But I'll showcase anything that's very tiny on my stream. So because I did a lot of that, I built up a lot of community that likes to talk about those things as well. So a lot of the time when we would sit there and chat, they'd be discussing, you know, things about the gaming industry, about indies, all of that.
That's awesome.
All right.
And they've had a really big year for indies. We have a question
Yes.
from chat that I want to throw your way. This is a classic question from Smirky,
Yeah.
Twitch ambassador. But I do think it's always has an interesting answer, which is tell us a bit about the creative process and coming up with models. People come up with such crazy and cool characters and designs. Tell us about how you
You gotta be rich to do it.
Character in your model.
Yeah, so I'm someone who's played a lot of D&D in my life for a very long time. And one of the last campaigns I did before I started streaming, before COVID happened, was an in-person campaign that lasted for years. We were playing weekly for almost 5 years. And we switched over to online. And when we switched over to online around COVID time, we started getting art of our characters and things to kind of try to make that experience a bit better because we'd played in person for so long. And what I look like now is very similar to what that D&D character was. So I had essentially been acting as that for that long. So when I decided to get a model and start streaming, I just couldn't imagine myself as anything else, you know? So that's what I went with.
Now, do you still do D&D on stream?
I haven't. I've done a couple of small one-shot campaigns on other people's streams. I haven't done one on my own, but I want to at some point.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice. So, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, I was just going to say, we also asked you, Giga, to come and ask us questions. This isn't just
No,
us
I'm going to actually, before
Yeah.
Giga asks us questions, because then we'll be getting her to ask us questions about VTubing. I want to talk some about the tech with VTubing for those people that are listening. So, talk a little bit about the journey and what I will call is the levels of VTubing. In other words, in fact, you could, because there really are these kind of levels, right? You know, in terms of both your model, right, and your sophistication of your model, combined with it, you know, your ability to detect movement, right? So that then your model becomes animated and alive and all that. So
what was this interview supposed to be?
It's an interview about VTubers, basically.
Yeah, what was it supposed to be? Because right now it just kind of feels like they're just stroking themselves.
It kind of feels like that. Yeah, I agree. Although you
I
changed
think
your model.
this was originally supposed to be like what Shy Lily wanted to do, to interview Dan Clancy about like, hey, VTubers on Twitch, but this just seems like a hey Giga, tell us your personal story.
Yeah, it does. Really quickly, thank you, Razor, Shiori, and Revelry for the raids. I appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. Very much appreciated. You all are awesome. And Mercenary, thank you for the 5. You see the Sal Ocho devs freaking out being on Side Scrollers, the Real Game Awards, and disavows Craig being featured. I did see that. I did see that.
Oh, I find that fucking retarded. It's like, okay, this is my thoughts. Craig decided to promo indie devs stuff for free. Didn't have to pay him like $250,000 for a 5-second trailer of your thing. And plus, the Real Game Awards was like all the games that appeared on there were all fan suggestions of the people who paid to vote. Stuff. I was one of those people that paid to vote because I will support Craig in his endeavors. He's a good dude. And like, if an indie dev is going to get mad about free promotion, then it's just a note to Craig and whoever later to not promote anything of theirs in the future.
Pretty much. I do think that the whole thing was kind of retarded, because that wasn't the only one. If I remember correctly, like they had another dev that like was, I think it was trans, that was just like, oh my gosh, this anti-woke thing said that my game was good. Well, I'm gonna go have sex with my gay lover, and it's just like,
oh,
bro.
Said that he was gonna have sex with his F-word transgender dog, like that.
Yeah, people don't know how to accept a good thing. I don't get it at all. Wasn't it the same person? It wasn't. It was 2 different people. It was really weird.
It's just so stupid. It's like, so you want to pay Craig to talk about your game? Is that it?
I don't know. But I do agree with Mizu. Like, this doesn't feel like it's an interview about VTubers. It just feels like, I don't know. Words.
Well, part of the reason people wanted the Shy Lily thing was to answer like the hard-hitting questions. Nobody wants to hear your platitudes about how you super appreciate VTubers and the work that goes into it. We want to know how you're going to fix your fucking platform.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, that's just not what this is right now.
Yeah, and I genuinely think like a lot of the bigger VTubers, particularly the ones like in VShojo, just don't get it.
No.
Because whenever something goes wrong with them, they just put out like a tweet like, hey Twitch, we got screwed, and then a day later it's fixed. And they're like, okay, well Twitch is doing something to help people. It's like, no, they're doing something to help you.
Yeah.
They're not doing this for anybody else. They don't treat anybody else like this. They don't help anybody else like this. It is just you guys because you're big, and it looks really bad if they don't.
I agree.
YouTube is the same way, and like even Keemstar has talked about this. Because there's a lot of times smaller people get dicked, and Keemstar gets their account back, which is one of like the positive things he's done. But he's like under no like veil that YouTube is being super nice to all these people because they want to be a better site.
Yeah.
He's like, no, yeah, they're doing all this nice stuff because I'm big and I told them to. And they know it would look bad if they didn't.
No, yeah, it's like, and I don't really necessarily, like, I won't get on people for, like, knowing that system exists. It's just, like, I wish that she would, and again, maybe they will grill him. Maybe they will. We're only 45 minutes in here, right? Yeah, we're 45 minutes, and we got 2 hours and 8 minutes total. So maybe there will actually be some hard-hitting questions. Again, from some of the little clips I've seen, it just feels like nothing, though. So,
spoiler alert, there is no hard-hitting.
Did you guys watch some of the other clips from this as well?
No.
Fair enough.
If there's actual hard-hitting questions, no one would be complaining about it.
I agree.
Everything I saw about it was people saying it was just a puff piece.
Yeah, that is literally all I look at this as, is a puff piece.
Kind of the stages of, okay, here's the simplest, but then some do this, and then some go all the way here.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd say
Pause
the
again.
simplest form...
Paused.
Are they really ranking the types of VTubers by how poor they are?
Hold on, I'm gonna back it up here a little bit.
Consider a VTuber.
Right, you know, in terms of both your model right? And your sophistication of your model combined with it, your ability to detect movement, right? So that then your model becomes animated and alive and all that. So it'd be great for the audience if you just kind of and broke it down into kind of the stages of, okay, here's the simplest, but then some do this and then some go all the way here.
They are kind of doing that,
Yeah, so I'd say the simplest form, something that I would still consider a VTuber, some people would call it a PNG tuber, which is just a person that's throwing a drawn image of their character in the corner of their stream while they play a game. And it's a visual representation of themselves, but it's not animated or anything. Sometimes they'll have them where they draw multiple frames where the mouth is open. So when they're talking, that frame will show with the mouth open. So it's almost like it's animated, but it's just picking up mic activity.
Right. It's not really, it's not a model. It's a set of 2D images.
Exactly. And some people will do that, and they'll also get more 2D images for certain expressions, for certain emotions. So if something shocking happens on screen, they'll press a button, they'll do a macro of some sort, it'll put that image on top on OBS so they look shocked, right? So people will do that just to give it a little more life, especially if they're chatting and not gaming. So that's kind of level 1, is just being a PNG, essentially.
PNG tuber.
Yeah, PNG tuber is what we'll often call it, because I think early on there was a lot of discourse of, is that really a VTuber, etc. And I was kind of in the camp of, yeah, it is, just give it a different name because it's not animated. There you go. It still counts. So that's easy, that's simple. A lot of people that streamed without face cams in a lot of other communities that weren't really ever VTubers previously, they just started putting PNGs on the screen because they often had a little characters. That maybe their emotes, were some little characters, something like that. So they would just use that. So that's stage 1. After that, a lot of people get into VTubing as a 2D drawn model, which is what I am right now. And that's very simple.
Giga considers VTubers?
Really? Wait, when was this mentioned?
Somebody in chat just mentioned it. Giga's the worst person to describe the VTuber, specifically because she considers VTubers.
I need some context for this.
Be kind of funny if she did.
Yeah.
But
if there's a post about that, if anyone can link it into the T channel, that'd be great.
That'd be really funny to laugh at, personally.
She really is just kind of like, they're overly getting into the weeds on it, in my opinion. Like, a lot of this is not particularly helpful or relevant to the discussion.
Not really. Again,
like,
they're
so
just...
what exactly is considered a VTuber? Why are we talking about this? The reality is the people watching this are either VTubers who want you to answer the hard-hitting questions and already know this stuff, or people that really don't give a shit about us and just happen to be watching it because Dan Clancy is here. Would Giga call Sargon a VTuber?
At this point, Arch would be a VTuber too.
I mean, technically, if that's what under that classification, yeah.
That's the thing with and I think a lot of people forget, that's why is PNG tubers VTubers was a discussion. It had nothing to do with people that like plan to get models or anything like that. It was like, okay, if PNG tubers are VTubers, then the literal decades of commentary YouTubers before us are VTubers now. Like Turkey Tom is a VTuber now. Boblax is a VTuber now. Like, all these people are VTubers now because they all did tons of streams back in the day where it was just a picture of their character.
Yeah, Leafy was here as a VTuber too.
Yeah. Like, that's why this was a discussion. It had nothing to do with people trying to, like, put these arbitrary lines in place. It was, okay, if you open up all of these people to be VTubers, you now have to go back, like, decades. Old Markiplier was a VTuber, old PewDiePie was a VTuber, like, just all this shit now.
Leafy is my favorite VTuber.
I mean, heck, it's like, I'm gonna go on a little bit of an extreme side here, but you could say that Shadman was a VTuber.
Technically, yes. Zone was definitely the first VTuber then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I agree.
Because they had, like, full animations for their character.
Also, there's, what's his name? Scott something. He does, like, the Nintendo game reviews.
Oh, fair.
I forgot his name.
Well, would you
Whatever.
count? There's another guy that does Nintendo reviews that uses a Muppet. Would you consider him a VTuber?
A physical Muppet? No.
Yeah.
You mean Arlo?
Yeah, Arlo.
Oh, because it's a physical puppet.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just anybody that's using like a picture of themselves for their content?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Arlo. Arlo's kind of a dick on Twitter.
He is kind of a dick on Twitter. It's kind of sad because like some of his opinions are nice, but then he gets on Twitter and it's just like, shut the fuck up, dude.
I mean, I imagine some people feel that way about me, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know that some people feel about that on me, but it's just like, I don't give a shit. Arlo is not virtual, so no. Okay, so like, I guess this comes down to what are the rules for what makes a VTuber. If it counts that they are virtual, then yeah,
See,
a lot
this
of
is
people
why
would
I
be.
think, like, most people had it right the first time. They're like, are you going for an anime style? And are you planning on, like, just being the character? Okay, well, you're a VTuber then. And for years that worked. Everybody was fine with that. But then it's like, well, no, now we have to include, like, all the people that don't want to be anime styled. It's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, well, now we have to include all the people that they actually stream as themselves all the time, but every once in a while they have a character. It's like, okay. Then, what was it? Pokimane tried to do it, and it was literally just like a artist interpretation of her. Like, it was almost one-to-one her. There was nothing particularly interesting about the character design.
Yeah.
Granted, it kind of was a poorly done.
Can I put up a
what's it
picture of
called?
that?
I forgot what the model
I'm gonna pull up a picture because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is like a side-by-side picture too. I think it was a 3D model as well.
It was the 3D model.
I think it was a Vroid model too.
Yeah, it's just a poorly done Vroid.
Yeah, it puts you in this spot of like, why do we have to humor all of this? Like, genuinely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why are we not allowed to have some control over what's considered a part of our community?
Oh my gosh, is that actually a tweet of her showing the whole thing? Oh, it is. It is. Wow. Okay. So this is the character sheet for the whole thing. I mean,
So it's just her.
It is literally, yeah. No, and it's just like, that's not like a horrible thing, but like, I don't want Pokimane to be a VTuber. I really don't.
What would we call them then? That's the thing. I don't think everything needs like a name. That's always been like really annoying to me. It's like, no, you have to have a classification for what you are. It's like,
Complex when you're
why?
actually doing work, but
Oops. Yeah. No, yeah. I it's not everything needs to have a complex identity to it. Which is why it's particularly frustrating to look at. And to
Didn't PewDiePie do this for the giggles? Yes.
Yeah, and
he did do it for the hee ha ha.
I'm okay with PewDiePie doing it because it was for the giggles and it was for fun, and he never did it again.
They didn't try and like force himself in the community.
No.
Like, I am now a member of this community and all of you must respect me because I bought this one model and did this one time.
Mm-hmm. Her VTuber adventure lasted less than 2 days. It did because everybody made fun of her for it.
Yeah. And also, she didn't gain any viewers from it either. That's why another reason why she dropped it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
the concept is simple. An artist draws a bunch of art. They cut out all the pieces so that they can move separately from each other. Some animator comes in and rigs all of those things. They make it so that
Really quickly, my ears trumpet, thank you for the 5. Are Lord Aethelstan or Neander's VTubers now that they do live streams? What do you mean? Or is he talking about because they used to be flesh tubers? I still hate saying that, by the way.
I don't know what Neander's does because I don't watch stuff. And I don't know who that Lord
Aethelon, whatever. Yeah.
I'll just call him Lord Atheist now. I don't even know who he is.
Oh, goodness. I don't know. I would have to know a little bit more. And also, Mercenary, thank you for the 5. I met Markiplier and his brother at Comic-Con in 2014. Mark's brother does the webcomic Two Kinds. Well, that's interesting.
That's cool.
That's interesting.
And it's like, you know, just thinking about it, if non-animated style VTubers want to have their own special little name, just call them ToonTubers.
That was the thing for a while.
That's kind of where I'm at with it. Is they're just ToonTubers basically.
That those animations make sense. They show how it should move. And then the person using the avatar, once that's all completed, you just set up a phone. That's it. You set up a phone. You get an app on your phone that matches a certain desktop app. There are a bunch of them out there, but they're all pretty easy to use. And the phone uses its normal face tracking that it has for other apps to tell what your face is doing. So if I close my eyes, right, it can see that my eyes are closing. Some animator has gone in and said, when the eyes close, they should look like this. And it just does that. That's it. So it's tracking everything you're doing and just relating it to the model. That's sort of stage 2, which I'd say most people use that because the fact that it just uses a phone makes it so accessible to be a 2D VTuber. It's easy on that end. And then if you want to do a lot more,
stage 2,
yes,
in stage 2, and sometimes I'll ask questions that I know the answer to,
Yeah,
but I know that in stage 2. So right now, for example, you go ahead and move your head right to left.
Yeah.
Right, and we'll see that it's tracking. But if you turned around, okay,
it'll look like
then
this, Daddy.
basically. Well, no, right. In other words, now you've turned around and then it stops. Basically, is the way to think of it,
Exactly.
right? Because you turn around and it has a limit, and it
Yeah,
looks
no one
like
drew
you're
the back of
frozen.
my head.
No one drew the back of your head, and that's why we think of it as a 2D model, because what it is different views of this 2D surface. But you can't turn around, you can't do a flip, you can't do any of that. All right.
We think of it as a 2D model because it's 2D.
Mm.
What is this explanation? Wait, this is why we think of it as 2D, because it is 2D? Why are we discussing this?
It just sounds like an old man. I mean, like, well, he is an old man, but like, that's what it sounds like. The old man that literally has no idea. I don't know. This again, like the whole problem I have with this is it's literally just trying to get more normies on board with it, and that's why I just don't like it. This isn't a stream for addressing issues. This is a stream for normies to learn about this niche that is growing on the platform that they can't get rid of. So I don't know. That's why.
But they desperately want to get rid of.
Yeah, like make no mistake, Dan Clancy doesn't like VTubers. He may say he does, but he does not like VTubers, and I base that solely off of the amount of people that have been banned off of the platform temporarily or for a long, decent amount of time as a result. Anyway, let's continue.
Drawn in Photoshop, right? It is a flat piece of art that we then, the rigging and the things that make it look three-dimensional, where you're taking the art and you're stretching it and you're moving it around, but it's still a flat piece. So it's 2D in the end. So most people do that because, again, you just use a phone, you throw the phone in front of yourself. It does face tracking the same way. Most iPhones, for example, have their AR face tracking to unlock your iPhone so it can recognize that you're you, things like that. It uses the same tech and just looks at you and makes your avatar do what you're doing.
Yep.
And then level 3 is kind of, it could be any level of easy or hard, but that's 3D models, which it's the same way you would model a video game character, right? For a 3D game, you model something, and then the difference is someone goes in and rigs a bunch of animations to happen when your 3D trackers that you would wear do those things. That's the only difference. So it's the same way VR chat avatars are kind of made, very, very similar. And that could be anything from, again, just using an iPhone that would just track your head. And in that case, it can tell when it's the back of your head and you can turn around. Or you could be wearing Vive trackers, which are what a lot of people use in VR chat. I personally have an entire bodysuit for my 3D model, and gloves and
Which
everything.
is very expensive,
so if I
by the
move
way.
one finger, that finger gets moved on the model. If I move my foot and turn it around, that gets moved.
This is again like a rich people thing.
This is a rich. Did you guys know that the full body tracking suits are upwards of $10,000?
Yes.
I looked into it because I was very interested in being like 3D as a main thing, and I still do plan to do 3D as like a mainstay when I can afford shit like that.
I mean, even for like the cheap ones, like the 5-point tracking that she's talking about, those can still go upwards of like $250 on the cheap end.
It's
No,
like the
yeah.
only reason why I ever looked into the price of these things is because I always heard that Philly constantly breaks hers, and I'm like, how rich is this?
Really rich. One of the most richest Filipinos in the world.
I mean, if you live in the Philippines, it's not going to be that hard to be very.
No, yeah, for sure. But no, yeah, that like again, this is a rich person's conversation here. Like, you're not going to hear any like I know of a lot of smaller creators that may be like I am almost approaching the size of somewhat small creators that could potentially have these conversations. But even still, like the creators that can have these conversations are not people that like live the struggle. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't live the struggle at all, and it's just like I don't know, it feels weird. Feels very weird. One moment. Sly, thank you for the 5. All there is to say about Dan is, oh brother, this guy stinks. Oh goodness.
That sort of thing.
And so I assume some days you decide to put on your full tracking suit because of what you're planning on doing, and then some days you say, I'm not going to do that. I'm just gonna today is a good example. There's no need. You're not going to be twirling and moving around and all that. How often do you get in your full body suit on your stream?
For me, it's not super often. It's an occasional thing. I recently kind of debuted the 3D model. And of course, for that week, I was 3D most days, but I do it on and off because most of my community is used to me being 2D, and that's just kind of my comfort level too, because I'm just playing video games and having to wear these gloves and, hold a controller. It gets a little cumbersome.
Right. I mean, right now, I am effectively a 2D model because there's no need for me to get up and spin around and do a flip and do all that.
Maybe
this is so cringe.
This is like
I am 2D right now. No, you're not. Shut up. It's so dumb.
There are multiple words I could say right now, chat. But both platforms would hate me if I used them.
I mean, you could just say this is first world problems.
First world problems indeed.
Yeah, maybe I'm only
You could be at any moment.
I've never seen him from the side.
Yeah, maybe.
I love how they're going along with it
AI
too.
in a 2D model,
I'm somewhat of a VTuber myself.
Okay, Grandpa, sit down over here.
Oh fuck.
Yes, Grandpa, you're a VTuber too.
Oh my goodness. The Coomer has officially reached the crusted Coom brain status if he thinks that. Oh yeah. My main word is Giga only making things worse. She's definitely not helping, that's for sure. Oh, that's a nice hand.
No, it's actually really uncanny, but some people have done that. They've rigged models of pictures of people, and it looks really weird. Very, very uncanny valley. But to prove how rigging works, they'll take a picture of a person and separate the art out and, not art that picture out, and they'll rig it so that anyone can be that person. And it looks terrible. It does not look in any way good. You would never trick anyone, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It probably just looks like you took skin and stretched it over a basketball. Like there's
very
no
creepy
way
looking.
that actually functions properly.
No.
We really appreciate you taking your time to answer all of our hard-hitting questions about VTubing and just your experiences. But I know
Those are
we also want to
hard-hitting?
make sure we have time for you to ask us questions.
Those were hard hitting?
No, they were not hard hitting at all.
It's just so dumb.
It is. Why do I have to?
Questions.
Okay.
So please take this time to ask any questions that you have.
All right, we are
Yes, and by the
52
way,
minutes
I
in,
hear
and we're
you
getting to
tell
Giga
chat right
asking
now.
questions.
The one thing I have no ability to do whatsoever is a flip. Even if there was a pool in front of me, like doing a flip into a pool is a belly flop. Okay, so unfortunately, that skill does not exist in this body. So
AI
otherwise
can't
I
either.
stand up and do it,
Me neither.
All right.
I can't do any of that.
So
When I got my 3D model, they kept asking, "Oh, are you gonna do a cartwheel? Or are you gonna do a flip?" I said, "I'm in my office, and I don't do those things. I sit in a chair all day. I'm not doing a backflip in the 3D model.
Yep.
I'm not one of those."
All right. With that, Giga, now why don't you go to some of the
Yes.
questions that you can talk about on behalf of the VTubing community?
Yeah. So as VTubers, now obviously this varies. Some of us will show our faces. I think actually a good number nowadays. They on social media at least, maybe not when streaming.
Maybe this is an opinion that not a lot of people will like, but if you decide to become a VTuber and then you show your face again, you're not a VTuber, in my opinion, anymore. You're not the same. All right. Maybe I'm a bigot here, but like if you decide to show your face after becoming a VTuber, you're not a VTuber anymore.
I'm kind of coming around to the idea of you're like fine to show your body, not your face.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially if you get one of the Kigurumi masks.
Oh, like the one I showed you earlier?
Yeah, I'm kind of
that's
tempted on that.
That's a little different. Because I think that's because you're still concealing your body or your face.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And that's how a lot of VTubers, like, you know, besides not showing who they are whatsoever, that's how some go around.
Yeah. Well, like I'm fine with you going to conventions, like concealing your face. But the moment you show your face, you're not a VTuber anymore. I'm sorry. Like people can hate me for that. Quote me, or whatever. I just don't think that you're a VTuber anymore. It's just not the same because it goes against what what actually counts for being the VTuber. What if you're Nux who started a PNG tuber 15 years ago? If he showed his face like at any point after being a VTuber, I just don't consider it the same. I'm sorry.
I just want one of those masks now.
I do too. They're like $1,000.
I already know about Kigurumi. I just didn't know anybody who made them custom.
Well, I sent you that link so that you could save it specifically.
You want to send me that link too?
Yeah, I'll send it to you here just now. It's $1,000, but I would love one. I would definitely love one.
For when we all eventually go to a convention that's hopefully not hosted in California.
Yeah, well, California's burnt to the ground, so it won't be there anyway.
I mean, they're still doing off-Kai over there.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
is it in San Fran or is it in LA?
Fuck if I know.
Here,
I'm not going to California, no matter how much.
I will send you the link here right now as we continue.
They post pictures, etc. But there are a lot that don't. And something that makes that a little, I would say, not just difficult, it gives us a lot of FOMO, is a lot of other streamers, a lot of the Twitch community get to meet up with each other and see each other in person and do content together. And that's how a lot of communities intertwine, right? Everyone goes to TwitchCon and they do an event. Someone makes a camp in their backyard, right? And everyone shows up for a special week of streaming. But VTubers are, for those that don't show their faces, completely locked out of that. We just never have that opportunity.
No, you can still do
any
that.
sort of
Like you can, you don't show your face to like your fans. Typically, there's like an unspoken rule that like other creators can see you and meet you in real life, especially other VTubers, because there's like an unwritten rule that you're not gonna dox each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also there's some VTubers out there that even if they are meeting with other VTubers, require them to sign an NDA, like whole ass NDA.
I'll do that when I have people meet me. Oh, well, you guys are a little different, but I'll do that with some other VTubers. Like you must sign an NDA if you want to talk to me.
Yeah, that's like annoying legal stuff where it's like, oh yes, I have like NDAs stacked up in the corner here, ready for people to sign.
Wait, do you really?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying that's how you're gonna be. You're just gonna have a stack of NDAs ready to pass out, like flyers.
Pretty much, yeah. Not to you guys. I trust you guys, but like anybody that's not part of Lucky Entertainment that wants to talk to me.
But yeah, that's just like a common thing. Like it's the same thing with like artists, right? Like you'll commission an artist and they'll typically see your real name and they'll never say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like
Just
one
like-
of those handshake deals where it's like, okay, I see nothing here. Yeah, I see nothing here.
You close your eyes and you know it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like when I see some other VTubers like absolute degenerate Twitter accounts that they don't share with anyone. I'm just like, I don't know who this is anymore. So this is hot art.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. What if the VTuber does cosplay of their own character?
You'd probably still get like a Kigurumi mask or something.
No, yeah, if they got one of the masks on, I would say that they're fine. But no, yeah, if you reveal your face IRL, as a VTuber, I just don't think you're the same. I just don't. I'm sorry if that makes me a bigot, but it's just how I think.
It's like I know a lot of like even Japanese idols and stuff will just wear like face masks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's close enough to conceal your face, just showing your eyes.
Well, if you wear a face mask, that's a little different. Yeah, if you're a VTuber and you wear a face mask and you go out in public, that's a little bit different. I'm talking about full showing your face, basically. So no, yeah, yeah. And yeah, maybe that makes me a bigot, but I don't care. Anyway.
When it comes to events like TwitchCon,
I
etc.,
was.
you feel like you could maybe allow VTubers to better intertwine with other creators?
I think there's a lot of ways that we can absolutely improve, and I'm going to give some
Sorry, I'm
examples
gonna
of things that we've done in
rewind
the last
back
year.
here about.
Some of us
There we go.
will show our faces. I think actually a good number nowadays. They on social media, at least, maybe not when streaming, they post pictures, etc. But there are a lot that don't. And something that makes that a little, I would say, not just difficult, it gives us a lot of FOMO, is a lot of other streamers, a lot of the Twitch community get to meet up with each other and see each other in person and do content together. And that's how a lot of communities intertwine, right? Everyone goes to TwitchCon and they do an event. Someone makes a camp in their backyard, right? And everyone shows up for a special week of streaming. But VTubers are, for those that don't show their faces, completely locked out of that. We just never have that opportunity. Is there any sort of way, when it comes to events like TwitchCon, etc., you feel like you could maybe allow VTubers to better intertwine with other creators?
I think there's a lot of ways that we can absolutely improve, and I'm going to give
Such a
some
nothing
examples
question.
of things that we've done in the last
I don't
year
care
that
about
I think
this.
have made some waves, and then I'd really love Dan to speak big picture about what our vision is for the future, because you're right, we have to make space for VTubers at events. So
I
just a
don't
couple
actually think
examples
you
of
need
things that
to.
we've shifted
Like,
in,
this is
in
the
recent
nothing
years, because
question I
we
think
recognize
they're
we have
asking.
to do
Yeah.
this because the VTubers want to participate at TwitchCon. We had our very first ever VTuber glitch showcase. It was the Bikini Bottoms, the chaotic yet delightful podcast. It featured Bao, Numi, and Shy Lily to a live audience. This was really interesting. So this is like maybe what the
Where's
people
the
at
Shy
home
Lily
saw,
interview?
but this was actually a in-person event in our glitch theater to thousands of people who were just kind of at the con got to watch this, and they were live, which is really exciting. So they got to actually experience this, but with VTubers. We also in San Diego hosted our first ever VTuber meet and greet, which was quite a success. There's Iron Mouse meet and greeting with fans.
It's our
There's someone
basically at this point at every convention for VTubers. They didn't revolutionize it because vendors and stuff do this quite often, and I think more successfully than they have.
I agree.
I also think this is somewhat of the not real VTuber group that really wants this. Like the people that are way more interested in becoming more like IRL streamers. The reality is a lot of people ask like, well, why did certain people become VTubers? Like the big discussion is always, oh well, they're obviously ugly. That's why they did it. No, the real reason is most people go into VTubing because they're like overly shy. They don't have good people skills. They don't like being out in public. I would argue that is a very common thing among people that decide to do VTubing over like flesh tubing. They don't want to go to TwitchCon.
No.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
They would rather communicate through Discord. That's just kind of the reality of that.
Yeah.
This is definitely only a concern for like top of the top. Because people talk about like networking through TwitchCon, but like they do the same thing with like YouTube, right? Whatever YouTube's thing is.
Mm.
But it's like this is still only ever a thing for like the big people.
Yeah, it's like literally every single TwitchCon event is for partner streamers and stuff.
Well, they're the only ones
And
that
not
are
just
allowed to
partner, but
participate,
like
right?
typically the really, really big partners are the ones that go.
Yeah.
You know. Somebody asked us.
Like
Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
You go first.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, this is one of those things. Like, I don't think any average like creator cares about any of this.
Oh no, I agree.
And that's why I don't like how everybody kind of treats these interviews with Dan Clancy, because every single one of these is, well, let's just talk about how we can better benefit the big people. It's like, well, the big people are already getting the benefits. That's why everybody's complaining, because you have to be big in order to be treated like you exist.
Mm-hmm. It would be much better if Twitch would not try and shit in your mouth and tell you that you're eating something good, and rather just say, we want to focus on the big people. I would be much happier if they just said, we want to focus on the big people. We don't care about the small people. Because then at the very least, they would be honest. Because that's just what the reality is. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in that, but I feel like it would be much better if they just said, we don't care about the small people. We just care about the big people. The small people get us pittances in terms of subs, so we don't care about you.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with Yokai here. TwitchCon is just the World Economic Forum for streamers.
I mean, yeah, I can get on board with that.
You're not wrong.
Oh,
And it's like, okay, for TwitchCon of 2025, how many accusations of drugging and potential date rape will we hear about? Or how many, oh, I didn't touch that person, I was drugged stories will we get?
I'm so excited. We'll talk about all of them.
I think we should make a bingo card.
Oh, you want to? Oh, I'm down.
I want to make a bingo card for this year.
I'm so down. We should definitely do it.
Yeah, I'm down for TwitchCon bingo.
TwitchCon bingo.
Bingo. Let's fucking go, guys.
Chat, we're gonna do it. I think all three of us need to come up with some silly ideas. Oh man, when is TwitchCon again?
Summer, I believe.
Summer. Okay.
I know. I think there are Offkai's already selling tickets. Stuff. I think TwitchCon is like shortly after Offkai. Or I don't.
Okay.
Let me look this up. TwitchCon 20.
Oh, excuse me.
See, you're gonna be in San Diego. Oh, October 2025. October 17th to 9th.
Man, everything happened in San Diego after I left it.
Wow.
I wouldn't want to go to San Diego because it probably smells worse than Seattle does.
I mean, it's still better than LA last time I checked. I know a couple people that still live there, and it's not horrible. It's just, it's slowly becoming like LA.
Yeah. We will hear a lot. Most will be like Hades from Mythos, which got accused of being a bit of a drunken sex pest. Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Wasn't she the one that said somebody roofied her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not sexually assault that woman. I was roofied.
It'll be funny. We'll see if she goes back for next year.
Akko is gone host the events. What do you mean, chat? Anyway, somebody asked earlier if Bao counts as a VTuber because she shows her face behind a mask. If she keeps a face mask on while she streams, I'll give her a conditional yes, she's still a VTuber. But if she takes off that face mask and shows her whole face, no, she's not a VTuber anymore. That's just how the rules work, chat. I made them up, and I'm sticking by them.
And like
What's your
cosplayed
source?
as Iron
Made
Mouse.
it the fuck up.
Huh?
What's your source? I made it the fuck up.
Exactly. It comes straight from me.
So cute. And so Iron Mouse was able to meet people as any streamer would be. Sakuna, like, it's really cool. We're getting there. I do think that we need to continue to make advances in this space, but as you can see, we are making room for people to be able to meet their VTuber fans and just enjoy that experience as best they can. I also just want to say that behind the scenes, a lot of people don't know this, we altered our rules at TwitchCon. So VTubers can have full face coverings to protect their identities. Previously, full face masks and paint are not allowed because it's a safety concern. But once you're through security, you can wear full face mask and for additional anonymity. And we did that specifically because of our VTuber community. The last thing I'll just mention is while
That's a TwitchCon thing. Like, legitimately, I don't give a shit about that. That's not doing something for VTubers. That's just a nicety for a once a year thing. Is this supposed to impress me? I don't know. Maybe I'm just. Why is this a big deal? Oh fuck. It's just, again, only a few people are going to go to this every single year. I don't give a shit about that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just... Oh.
While I don't think this is a full solution, we're also looking into ways that VTubers can attend meetups. These are our local events that you can have at any city. And recently, this is Seattle meetup. This is Dan meeting Kisaka Toriyama, which is a VTuber, and they're being held by Kenley. And so Dan
I don't know who these people are.
VTuber
Neither do I.
at our Seattle meetup through an iPad. I understand that this is maybe like not the perfect solution, but we are so open to meeting VTubers in IRL spaces in any way we can. I'm really open to additional suggestions and recommendations from the community so that I can better serve you, because that is my job. And then Dan, go ahead.
Well, what I think you described, a great part of solving, there are different pieces of the problem as you think about the TwitchCon and these inference. One is the being able to engage in an IRL manner with your community, right? And so putting you on stage is a way to bring VTubing so that the audience, who are not VTubers, get to experience VTubers at TwitchCon just like they can experience non-VTubers at TwitchCon. Same thing with the meet and greet, Mary, that you did, right? That means you can experience VTubers the same way you experience non-VTubers when you are an audience member, okay? Of course, part of TwitchCon is the VTubers interacting and engaging with VTubers, right? Not the audience experiencing VTubers. Part of it is, well, I'll say streamers interacting with streamers. And really there are two parts of that. One is VTubers interacting with non-VTubers.
Yep.
TwitchCon is stupid. So is VidCon, because this whole like going there to network thing for people that's jobs or solely exist on the internet is the most retarded thing imaginable. I'm gonna like double, triple, quadruple down on that. Like, oh no, you don't understand. We have to go to these live events to network. It's not like we all use this exact same site for our jobs that is totally online. Like, no, just talk to people online. It's not like other jobs, right? Because the thing is, like with like hackathons and stuff, right? Is you're going there to network with people that all of their work is in the background. You would never see what they're truly doing, so you kind of have to talk to them face to face, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In order to know like who to even talk to. But with YouTube, it's like I know who to talk to because I can watch your videos, right? There's no like assumption or guessing about like what people I would be interested in. I can go to the channel right now and see all of your work. I don't need to physically speak with you to get anything out of that, really.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see like why we can't just talk through email. Both of these events for each of these platforms, in my opinion, are wholly useless and solely exist because some of the more extroverted people refuse to communicate with anyone that they can't see face to face.
Oh, Azahara says it sort of works because they get drunk and be sex pests to each other. Also, VTubers want to go because they can interact with other huge IRLs.
I mean, I guess that's a thing. It's still dumb. It's a completely unnecessary, like, process.
It is. I agree. I mean, like, I like Comic-Con, but Comic-Con isn't the same. It's made for comic books and movies and shit.
It's made for fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's made
That's the
for
thing.
fans, not business relations.
VidCon and TwitchCon is made for business relations. And it doesn't make sense because your business relations are all through an online platform where you can freely communicate with each other.
Some people like meet and greets, otherwise I agree. It's like there's a difference between TwitchCon as like a convention for fans that want to meet their favorite streamers and stuff, and then there's TwitchCon where it's like just large content creators in a huge circle jerk just talking like, oh, you're doing so great, oh, you're so mature for your
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. I just see TwitchCon as useless. It's like one of those things where if I ever got the chance to go, maybe I would. But by the same token, it's not necessary for me to get success. And like somebody said, I don't want to. I don't want to like end up in a sex pest issue because some of these people can't keep their hands to themselves.
And it's like I need to remember to make a nice informational video, probably in like August, September, where I'm just like, don't forget, ladies, don't mix alcohol with your mental medications because you will get fucked up. It's not roofies, it's just you being a retard. Don't mix alcohol in your medications, ladies. It will never end well.
It kind of worries me the amount of times I've seen that happen. I don't know. It kind of makes me reasons to doubt humanity.
Vtubers.
Chat, we're almost an
Okay,
hour in.
now. The other is VTubers interacting with VTubers. Okay. You talked about the you talked about doing social things where those VTubers that are going to come can interact with each other.
They're going to come.
Do allow them to, cover their faces, right? As you said. Now the reality is it's still not all that you would like, right? So for example, covering your faces helps somebody not identify you. But of course, a big part, people build models or bodies and other things, right? So sometimes somebody, it's not always just the face. Somebody might be uncomfortable in terms of somebody seeing their body and being there and their body being physically there. I think that's one reason why I think the Creator Club is one of the ones that I'm most bullish on in terms of the importance of it. Because sometimes VTubers are making this choice because in fact they don't want to travel or they can't travel, right? And to the extent that they don't want to travel or they can't travel, we can do a lot of stuff to help facilitate the community that's at TwitchCon to be exposed to them. But if you're talking about building connections between VTubers for collaboration and other things, actually being at TwitchCon doesn't help now, because the nice part out of BCon is it is a face-to-face interaction and you can have an experience face-to-face that you can't have in a virtual world. So broadly, I would say maybe we break this down into three pieces. One is presenting, engaging with the community and the audience. Two is for those VTubers that are comfortable even with a mask on, coming in person and making sure that they can still engage. But then you have a large portion of the VTubing community that say, well, no, I don't want to travel, or I'm not comfortable even with a mask on. And then if you're talking about creating, connections between them, I think it is through online platforms such as Discord.
Right. I agree. Something, I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen it, but something that myself and the company I'm with, Vshoujo, does, you might have seen myself or Iron Mouse, for example.
Well, they definitely
on
seen
an
you.
iPad that is on something that looks like a Segway, a little robot that we actually can drive around. Yeah, I've done that.
Those things are sick.
It's fun. It's fun. We actually control it. It's WASD, it's just a thing that we open in browser and we just drive it around and go and say hi to people.
The interview, yeah, I agree.
So we've actually done that. Yeah.
During COVID, we did that. I think it was like E3 before E3 was canceled. We had streamers use those to be able to like run around. And so I think there's a world in which maybe those are something that we could bring back for like a TwitchCon or something. So yeah, we actually have experience with those. They're really wily, but they do work.
They do.
Well, they do work. Giga, let me ask you this. In my experience with them, They work in terms of going around and saying hi to people, right?
Yeah.
My sense is, but that getting to that next level of a connection and of a conversation, it's kind of like sometimes when I'm at these events, what I'm doing is going around and saying hi to everyone, but I'm not forming.
Dom asks, what was the point of this? I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure what the interview point was. Everybody's been asking for VTubers to get on the big screen with Dan for a while. That happened, and guess what happened? Absolutely fucking nothing. So far, absolutely nothing. We're an hour in, and I have not, like, gotten any... I have not learned anything about how these people actually give a shit. Ooh. A little late for that, but yeah, I don't see really what the point of this interview was. Oh, what's funny is this interview only lasts for about another 30 minutes. Then it's just Dan and the woman. So this interview has only got about 30 more minutes left before Giga goes away. That's hilarious.
I like how it seems like a bulk of it is just them kind of stroking off TwitchCon. It's like, no, 99% of us do not care about your vain dick-sucking event.
Question for you three. I'll go ahead.
It's completely irrelevant to 99% of us.
Yeah, I agree. Question for you three. If someone is thinking of becoming a VTuber, not as a whole career, i.e. already working, but more so, well, for reaching out, I suppose, what might you suggest? Start out with a picture. Get original OC Do Not Steal, and just start streaming with that. Turn on OBS. You can also buy
a free model.
Yeah, you can get
a cheap paid one that a lot of people have.
Yeah, Temp, my head mod, he uses a $50 pre-made model, and it works pretty well. So, yeah, that is my best advice for you.
Customizable live 2D model also works. They're relatively cheap, and you can adjust the appearance of it.
Vroid also, if you are willing to go a little bit 3D. Those work as well. But yeah, like this entire interview, like with the 30 minutes we have left, I need to know anything that they care about. Like if I don't get any hard-hitting questions, like I already think that Giga is just like glazing this super duper hard, like when I looked at the Mr. Beast interview, but like this is really bad. I hate this a lot.
Bonds usually occur when you go out to dinner afterwards and there's 6 of you chatting, right? Or you're doing something in between. But in the big thing, you know, like if I take, like when I went to the Streamer Awards, I would go around and shake hands and I'd talk for 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Right.
That doesn't create a deep bond. It can exploit one that exists, you know, and so I've often said hi to Iron Mouse at those things, but that's different from me going and having dinner with Iron Mouse.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
very much so. I think some friends have done this for me just to do this, but a lot of my friends will go to TwitchCon and I'll be at home and they'll actually set up an iPad at the table. Someone will bring one, or sometimes just their phone. They'll open Discord, get me in a call. I'll throw my model on the screen. I'll just screen share it. And they just sit me down at the table while they're at TwitchCon and I just hang out. Yeah. We've done that. And it's a somewhat bridge. It's not a proper solution, but it does help a little. But that is, you know, reliant on me having friends that will do that, right? It's not something that just happens.
And sadly, not a lot of people have those kinds of friends.
Yeah,
it's also
or they'll prioritize
it's
the
an
larger
extra work. And
creators.
I'll also say I do think that it is, if you're sitting at the table while they're having dinner, it isn't the same experience, right? In terms of forming the connections, because you're kind of on the outside.
Lumi, you got lucky last year. Who was it that brought you around when Offkai happened?
Oh, John Loves Anime.
Yeah. That was funny. Getting that to happen.
Yeah, he's really nice. I need to reach back out to John. It's been a while since I've yapped at him.
He hates me, which is funny because he hates me for the exact same reason that all of us exist.
And now he recently DM'd, but then it got buried by the other DMs that I've been getting.
Tell him to stop hating me. He has to hate you if he wants to hate me. Tell him to watch the Arshcast and then decide if he hates me.
you can't see this, you can't. There's all sorts of subtle clues that our eyes, take in, and that's one reason why I think I'm really leaning into the VTuber meta community to further strengthen those bonds through virtual techniques, right? And so I do hope that VTubers hopefully can actually explore how the creator club can be used in ways that the other creator clubs probably don't think about, because the VTubers will have more of a desire to use the virtual club as a forum for forming connections, whereas the DJ club, they're like used to, oh, well, we hang out, I see you at the DJ thing, right? So they don't need it as much. And so I actually think we'll be able to learn from the VTubing Creator Club, because you'll teach us ways to form virtual communities from distance that then we can apply to DJs and musicians and all these other groups of creators.
VTubers are also very welcome in lots of other different spaces as well. For example, they are welcome in our guilds, and we do have VTubers in our guilds, our meetup organizations, and we have VTuber ambassadors, some which were on the image that Danilo showed for our creator club. Big Nose Bug and Miss Lala TV are VTubers that are Twitch ambassadors. So lots of space for VTubers to get involved in Twitch activities. Hopefully that gave you some insight into it. I'd love to make room for other questions that you have, Giga.
Ask the hard-hitting questions, Giga.
So something that we've sort of already touched on, but is my favorite part of all of this, is that VTubing and VTubers, all this is one community that is a huge meta community, right? It is not brought together by a specific game or anything. It is simply any content creator, any streamer that decided to use an avatar instead of a face cam or no face cam, right? It's just which of those boxes did they tick. And because of that, it's a very unique community, and it has a lot of very wide-reaching needs and opinions and very different people. Is there any way that this isn't really about VTubing, but considering that this community is so great as it is and being so wide, is there a way for Twitch to maybe help foster more wide communities like this? I know we do have, some creator clubs and things, but what about making some start in a way?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is, and you said it well, that in fact, VTubers are about, I'm going to say for a second, who you are, at least on screen, versus what you do.
Yes.
Right? That's another way to say it. Now, of course, it's who you are on stream. It's not who you are in real life. Okay. But it's who you are on stream, as opposed to what you do. Whereas playing Marvel Rivals is what you do. Okay. Who you are is your VTuber. Interestingly, and as you think about this, I think the Unity guilds are kind of like that, because they are designed to bring together meta communities around your identity, who you are, rather than what you do.
Right.
Okay. And I do think that's one thing that, Mary can talk more about, but since we're not focusing on the guilds, I won't get her to go. One of the things that, she's figuring out is, look, we need to expand the guilds more internationally, but then we also have to think of different solutions that allow us to meet needs of different identities that besides the 4 that we serve today, and the current way we do it doesn't quite scale. So we're trying to figure out how to foster those meta communities around an identity, be it a veteran or Asian American or something else, which are another identity. I also think you see this in some other areas. So if I take music streamers, now, of course, music streamers is you think of that's something that you do on stream. Okay. But just like gamers, music streamers will spend a lot of time just chatting. Okay. And sometimes a good example is Office Drummer, who's a music streamer, and more now he's doing IRL. Okay. And I know a number of music streamers that then diversify, and they may identify as a music streamer, but they spend 20, 30, 40% of their time just chatting or IRL. So music is like, for example, I am a music streamer, but I don't spend most of my time doing music. Okay. So I think that is a similar type of, because they identify as a musician. Okay. And I think that may be true with the creator DJs. So interestingly, as you look across the creator clubs, while they are defined by what you do, I find many times those folks, that is just part of what they do on stream. And so I would kind of say, like, the creator clubs is almost exploring how to bring people, and the Unity guilds are both forms of trying to explore this, right? And the question is, what are other areas like that?
Yeah, I think to that point, we're also really trying to push more into global-based events that anyone can participate in, and it's even better if you participate in groups. Some examples would include Halloween, when we do Fright Fest and we ask everybody to like play scary games together, and we do celebrate and showcase groups on the front page with shelves and promo, and we try to do like exclusive badges or emotes if people get involved. We did the same thing for I've been calling it Twitch Misfit. I think we call it Holiday Hoopla, or like some kind of holiday event. We're going to do more of those this year. We want people to get involved in those ecosystems. And then I think another one that I really think, this is not VTuber focused, but even in your question, you were like, hey, it doesn't have to be for VTubers, just ways that we can kind of like all rally. We've seen a really nice uptick of people just getting really excited to break records. And that's been really exciting to see. A lot of people have been doing that recently. Like,
that's code for make them money.
Breaking the most subs. And then this year, an AI VTuber, Nero-sama, broke the hype train record on January 1st. Congratulations, Nero-sama. That's freaking incredible. We actually started a trend last year when Pirate Software broke the hype train record, and they got like their community got an emote exclusively for them because it was something they all worked on to get. And I'm happy to say that we are working towards doing that for Nero-sama as well. We just need to get like all the legal mumbo jumbo behind the scenes done, but we will be doing that. So we want to make sure that we're celebrating people for like breaking records and achieving wonderful things here at Twitch. And I think that is something we can all rally around no matter what. As long as you're in a group, I feel like you can accomplish incredible things.
You know, Mary, one idea that just occurs to me as you talk about this, that remember this and we should look into it. There is something about getting excited about breaking a record. And one of the things that's gaming companies realize this is they create lots of opportunities for this by cutting the pie in many different ways.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning by, I am the most subbed music channel, whatever that means. I am the most this, because right now, you know, you talked about these global records. But of course, there are tons of streamers that can't break a global record, right? You can think of lots of ways to cut it, like the most subbed affiliate channel, right? Because now you're in a smaller group, the most blah, blah, blah. So we should think about how to create these different sub areas that we can help people understand as they set records, so that more people can do it, as opposed to just, you know, just a small number that are super big. You know,
I have a question from Flashhound, if we can ask it from chat.
Paused.
I don't have anything to say. It's just we've let it run for like a hot minute.
No, fair enough.
Yeah,
without,
I mean,
without any interjection.
I mean, there's nothing to really talk about. They're just saying Nero-sama did this. Fuck it. I already forgot what else they said.
They're gonna get Nero-sama and emote. That's kind of neat. But regardless, like, somebody brought up, do they even know who Nero-sama is?
All they know is AI.
I'm not sure they know.
Why
Or if
doesn't
they do, they probably don't understand like the intrigue behind her.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the reality is, the intrigue behind Nero-sama is the AI is absolutely unhinged.
Yeah. No, yeah. This subcategory sounds like intersectionality. Which subcategory?
Like, I don't doubt that they're while they're up here talking, they're probably like, oh, they're probably interested in Nero-sama because they're interested in the tech behind it. She's like a tech tuber.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, they're interested because she says unhinged, off the wall shit that would probably get a regular person banned.
Yeah, didn't she deny the Holocaust at one point?
Yes. 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 And then he had to correct that. It was hilarious.
But that was in fact a thing that happened. It was very funny.
Oh goodness. What part are we at?
For you, Giga,
We're at
personal advice?
1 hour 10 minutes. Like they only have about another 20 minutes left with her, and I have learned nothing of substance from this at all.
No.
For those looking to get started in VTubing.
Ooh, don't be tempted to buy a $5,000 model.
Everybody
just
says
because
that.
you want one. I do think a lot of people, so they can be very cheap. You can get a model very cheap, but they can also be very expensive. There's a huge range. And a lot of people will watch a big streamer, a big VTuber, and they'll go, I want what they have. And then they approach an artist and they realize this is going to cost them that much. And sometimes they'll just do it. They'll just drop, so much money on it because it's cool. But I think you should figure out if you like streaming first. Personally, you might use that model, go live, and go, "Wow, I don't really want to do this that much." Maybe once a week or something. Maybe once a month. So definitely start really small and work up. I mean, my first model, it didn't even have legs. It was just the upper body. I just never scrolled. I never showed the rest of it. It barely did anything. Yeah, it was like if you just go from like waist down and cut that out, right? It was just the upper body because I was just in the corner, just my head showing while I was playing games, So just get the minimum. A lot of people in chat are suggesting PNGs, and I agree. Start at level 1, get a PNG, and see if you like streaming, if you like the hobby, because being a VTuber isn't about being a VTuber at all. It's just about streaming or delivering some kind of content, and then being a VTuber is a choice you make on top of it. So that is my advice. Get into PNGs.
I also think one of the things that I think we'll see growing is hybrid streamers too.
Yeah.
Now that the tech has become simpler, it is the fact that sometimes there's this. Now I don't experience this just because the way I am. I wear whatever I wear and I'm at work right now. Okay.
We try.
So, we try. It doesn't work. Okay. That ain't going to work. Okay. But that's just me. There are a lot of people who it's very different if they're going to be presenting themselves on screen. They need to think about it. It's like, no, I don't feel like putting myself on stream right now. And I think hybrid streaming will be interesting now that the technology, and I also think it's very interesting for people that stream to be investing in, having this avatar that they can then even at times interact on their stream. I think one thing that'll be interesting, as people, you see this now, some streamers, in fact, you see some VTubers that actually are interacting with AI bots on their stream. Right. And it creates content for them to react to. So I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going to come from this.
Pause
for
a
sure.
second.
A lot of my
Pause.
Is the AI bot he's referring to Neurosama? Because I know Neurosama does a fair decent collabs with other girls.
That's a good question.
Because what are the AI bots? Are you talking about the character AI bots? Or is he talking about Neurosama? It's like I haven't seen any VTuber be all like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna freely interact with this AI.
I think he's talking about character AI. That's funny if that's the case. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of lost at what he's talking about right now.
Friends that are non-VTubers, just face cam streamers, a good number of them have gotten models within the past year, and I've actually helped a lot of them, figure out what artists to go to, etc. And it's a comfort thing for them. Some of them have, sometimes it's a big medical condition related thing, and they're feeling really sick that day, but they still want to stream, but they are aware they look absolutely terrible in that moment, and they just say, you know what, let me just turn the model on, and then I don't have to worry about it. And
they're talking about people that also are IRL. No, those aren't real VTubers. I'm sorry. They just don't count, because if they switch back and forth, they're not VTubers. They're just hybrid streamers, period. I'd fine call them with that. Yeah, they're a hybrid streamer. Like, call Miko, she's a hybrid streamer. She's not a VTuber. Sorry.
I mean, you can just call them Happy.
Halfies. You could call them a Happa. That's mean.
No.
They're
Not
all
mean enough.
Happas. Oh, fuck.
People can see their reactions, they can see their facial expressions and what they're feeling but they're not literally looking at their, they're just dead face as they're sick. And some people, it's a comfort thing. Some people are more anxious than others, and they'll have days where they're fine being seen, and other days where they don't want to hit go live, not because they don't want to stream, but just because they don't feel like being seen that day. So it gives that option,
Mutts.
I think that's been really nice for a lot of my friends.
Mean
to have that
chat.
option.
So I'm going to go to a question that I know a number of VTubers have. And Giga, you might not want to be the one to ask this question, or you might, but
Okay.
I will go ahead and ask the question that I know many VTubers have, and then answer it because I know it's one that's on many VTubers' mind. Is the whole a question about our enforcement guidelines?
Oh!
And, when we publish the enforcement guidelines,
Maybe they will talk about something
and in
important.
particular the comparison to VR chat. Okay.
Yes,
and in
I was
terms
going
of
to
what our
ask.
guidelines are. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Were you?
Well, you can feel free to ask. Why don't you go ahead and
Yeah.
ask? But I wanted to go ahead and ask the way you would ask it then.
Of course. I think, I mean, I was definitely going to say it nicely because I think a lot of it comes from just confusion, people not being sure what the guidelines are, who they apply to. Maybe they're looking for more clarity. Some people are just complaining. Some people are more validly complaining. There's a lot of different ranges on that. But overall, a lot of VTubers are confused about the outfit policy. They'll think maybe it means one thing, and then they get their model made, which takes like 6 months to a year sometimes, and then they debut it that day, and then they're told that's not allowed actually, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty on what is and isn't allowed, and then why, like you said, why can a VR chat avatar look a certain way, but then this person who's using a model that they also use in VR chat not allowed to stream a video game with that or chatting, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So first, let me, and I think this is a good question. In fact, some of this I'll also throw out there is because you highlight one of the problems that exist here that doesn't happen in the real world that I'd love for us to find a better solution for. So first of all, when we published the enforcement guidelines, there was no change to our policy. In fact, part of what we were trying to do was...
I disagree, personally, but that's just me. She didn't open with the fact that the issue is enforcement. She fumbled the bag completely. I agree. I don't know. I don't know, man. There's a way to ask a question and it not be asked the right way.
Sometimes people have to implicitly figure out what the policy is by talking to people that have enforcements. And what we were trying to do was to be clear about how we were, and we didn't change how we were enforcing it all around then. But of course, as we do it, that also then brings more attention to something that was already happening in terms of enforcements. Okay, but we didn't change anything with the enforcement guidelines. Now, our general policy is that we apply the same attire guidelines to a VTuber as we do to a person. Okay.
But why not VR models? Because I would argue that VR models are closer to real people than VR models are than VTuber models are. I just don't understand that.
Especially since VR chat people can have full fucking bodysuits and everything.
Like,
and it's like, especially with like some of the sex toys and stuff that can be attached to that. So, yeah.
No, I agree. It's just like, I would say that a 2D model is less more close to real life than a VR model. Period. I don't get it whatsoever.
In terms of the clothing that they have on their body, in terms of covering their hips and everything else. And now I'm not going to go into talking through the nuances of the attire policy for humans, because that is something that, first of all, I'm not the expert on all the nuances of enforcing the attire policy on humans. It's also something that is nuanced.
He is the CEO of fucking Twitch. He should be able to explain the nuances of the fucking attire policy. He should be explaining the nuances of the fucking attire policy. Dude.
I agree. Why can't he?
Yeah, why not, Dan? Why can't you? Is it because then your fucking whores will get angry?
No, it's very, very blatantly obvious to see who the favored people are. Who the hell is in charge? Definitely not Dan. Or maybe he is, but like I don't know. I don't know how to say it to be nice, but it just feels like he makes the whores the ones that are most important.
Maybe that's why he wants to see what VTubers look like.
Maybe. Maybe.
And you have to be, very careful on, and we try to communicate what is our tire policy for humans. And so the same thing applies to VTubers. Now, the big question is, well, wait, why is that when you don't have the same policy with VR chat? And then, in fact, shouldn't VTubing just be like VR chat? Okay.
Yes.
And I understand why VTubers avoid. That seems unfair. They can have that, avatar in VR chat, but I can't have it as I'm a VTuber. The reason for the difference is, and you highlighted earlier about how VTubers do everything on our site. Okay. VR chat.
So do VR chatters. What the fuck? What? Oh, okay. I'm going to let him continue.
If VR chat is a game and VR chat has a rating in the game, and when people go to VR chat, they have certain expectations about the type of content that they are going to be exposed to.
Pause.
In terms.
VR chat is what? What's
13 plus.
13 plus.
13 plus.
So no. If anything, they should have more like restrictive outfit things going on there since it's 13 fucking plus.
Like, Dan, the app is made for adults. Yeah, I will agree. No kid should be on VR chat, but it is not like a platform that just has adults on it. Like, he's saying, oh, you know what you expect when you play VR chat. No, I don't. The first exposure I had to VR chat was when I saw JonTron play it, and he was like walking around watching Yoshi scream racial slurs. That's like, bro, he's implying that VR chat is adult. Yeah, it inherently is, but it's not marketed for that. Like, my first time playing VR chat by myself, I had a kid screaming in my ear. So, no, it is not inherently like an adult-based thing. I don't understand that cope. That is like legitimate cope right here.
It's like part of me thinks that they rehearsed these before they did this.
No, I can agree with that.
This just feels very rehearsed, very prepared. Like he knew how he was gonna answer this.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. Really quickly, got some more supers here. Mercenary sent a couple. Let me read these here. Mercenary for 2 says the way they talk in the interview sounds like it. Yes. Mercenary also said this. It stinks of pre-screened questions. Yes. And then someone else is in charge. Dan is pure puppet. I could believe that he is the one in charge, but like these are all of his ideas or all he wants. And the fact that we got like screenshots of his porn folders and the people that he subscribed to on OnlyFans. Oh yeah, I know who he's who his buddy who he likes. Pyro, thank you for the 5. Whose purse is Dan's balls? I don't know. I don't know who he simps for the most. And then Yakaronate. I apologize for butchering your name. Thank you for the 100 CZK. Reminder that alluding to loot streamers having special treatment for favors to Twitch mods is against TOS. Yes, that is true. If you allude to that, you can get banned on Twitch.
Well,
so I would never allude to that on Twitch, which I am on right now. I would never think that, chat.
I'm not alluding, I'm saying it.
Oh, fuck. But no, yeah. Like, I know who owns the platform. Like, his replies and reasoning only gets worse. All right, I'm excited. I'm really excited then.
Terms of
10 minutes left for
avatars
this
that
interview,
they
by the way.
see. Now, of course, VR chat is just an environment, and VR chat can all be lollipops and bubblegum and unicorns, or VR chat can be people in, less attire for their avatars and all sorts of things. Okay. However, it is the fact that much of especially since when you're in VR chat, you have no idea who you might run into. It's certainly the case that as you go and watch somebody streaming in VR chat, you learned a given expectation about what you might see in terms.
No. That is not a fucking excuse. People can have private rooms so then their friends can join in. Is it as fun as, oh, let's explore these random VR chat worlds? No. But no, they can set up their own thing for it to be quote unquote safe for TOS. There should be no reason why they have fucking leeway because someone can show up as a fucking stripper and just have like fucking virtual pasties on and a little heart over their cooch.
Yeah,
Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. In
terms of VR chat, and we of course use the game ratings and other things to make sure that users are aware of that. That is not the case with a VTuber because a VTuber can play Minecraft, right? A VTuber can do anything. And so there, when you have less attire, for some people, they might find that that may not be what they are looking for when they are going into a Minecraft stream, okay? And especially given we have people of all ages, it's not just an age thing, but it is the fact that we have people of all ages, not of all ages, of 13 and above on Twitch. And you do want to think differently when somebody's under 18, but there's also lots of users of all sorts of ages. That's like, no, that's just not what I want to be, exposed to in terms of, I'll say less attire. And so that's the reason we kind of need to treat VTubing different than VR chat, because of the very nature of it. And interestingly in this, like, I think these lines are going to continue to blur where more and more in gaming, you're going to have control over your avatar in gaming. Okay. And you'll have more and more expressibility in GTA 6. Lord knows what you'll be able to do in your avatar in
It's
GTA 6.
going to question those things, and we might have to continue to adapt our policy to see how things go. But that is where we're currently standing with it, which is like your VR model, we are comparing to a person because, like a person, which you are, you can change games, you can change categories, you can do all these different things. But when you're in a game, that's a game model. So
that is a piss poor.
As a
It's like, okay, so say that for some reason I start using my 3D model and I decide, okay, I want to play a game where it's like, okay, I'm gonna play fucking Minecraft, but I'll have VR chat down in the corner, stay in the VR chat category, and then have like a skimpy ass outfit on my model. Will that still be within TOS since I do technically have VR chat open?
Yes. If you keep it in the VR chat section, yes. It sounds like it. How does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't. Oh my gosh, damn.
we consider them separate.
Here's what I'm going to consider doing. I just need to my VR chat model. I'm going to get somebody to put a skimpy outfit on it. Then I'm going to start streaming on Twitch, have it in the VR chat category, and then I'll play Minecraft, and they can't do a damn thing about it. Not a damn thing about it because it's part of their TOS.
Aqua's gonna do a scientific experiment for all of us.
I will. Because I'm a whammon, they'll unban me eventually. I'm one of the girls.
You're just gonna take what I told you, just saying, yeah, you're one of the girlies. just stretch it out as far as you can. It's like I'm one of the girlies Lumi said I am.
Exactly. Oh fuck yeah.
Two follow-up questions on that, because I get what you're saying, Dan. Completely agree, right? Yeah. Because at least when you're playing certain games,
I don't agree.
You have certain labeling and things, which I assume has a lot to do with advertising.
Giga, how can you agree with this? How can you agree with this? This is totally unfair. This is completely unfair. It's
because
improper.
Otherwise, Twitch will get mad at VShojo then.
Thank you, Mercenary, for the 2. All enforcement is selective. Just watch, guys. Yeah. Yeah. And if they ban you, point out that you didn't violate TOS. Very true. I'll just take a clip of this and say, they said that it doesn't count, so it doesn't count. I hate this. I hate this a lot.
Other things like just knowing, you know, what's going on the platform. What about, let's say, now I don't do this. You can see I'm covered head to toe, but let's say I wanted to get an outfit that was more revealing. I know, for example, I can go into the pools, beaches, hot tubs category and show it off there. What if I wanted to just be like that all the time? Could I, in the future, maybe consider having some sort of label or content classification that lets me do that? So that, let's say people want to filter that out, and it's not fully adult content, for example, but I know the nature of this outfit is what it is, and I want to just click a button and say, I want to do anything and be in any category doing this, but I'm not trying to be shown to, you know, the minors that might be on the site.
Right.
Would there be a way to kind of meet in the middle there?
I think so. By the way, you talked about the 2 different ways of doing this. One is labeling, and the other is a category.
Yes.
Okay, and those are those have different pros and cons, and sometimes we do both, right? You know, in other words, so for example, with the attire exception, right, for a human, you need to be in the hot tubs category, and that is applied. And now some people may not want to be in the hot tubs category, but they want to use the attire exception. And it's like, no, sorry, if you want to use the attire exception, you need to be in the hot tub category. And it's not just labeling it, okay? The tricky, by the way, and I think thinking of something like that is certainly something that we, you know, can be thinking of and are, and trying to figure out how to handle this. One of the challenges that we face is as we do certain things, sometimes people find ways to exploit it to an extreme. And the best example is when we made the change in terms of drawing and allow to use the human figure. And then art suddenly became dominated with a certain amount of content. And I will tell you the thing that in general doesn't work great on Twitch is what I will call hybrid categories that have 2 very different use cases. And ASMR is an example of one such category. That ASMR has like 2 very different communities that kind of use ASMR, but it's all and an audience that is different, but it's all within one category. Okay.
Hot tub stream with a lolly. I'll do it, chat. Minecraft hot tub stream. When I get a lolly model, I'll do it. And they can't do a damn thing about it.
So that's my one hesitancy about just labeling, because then it can create certain categories might become where 50% of the content in that category is labeled, and now you create what is a hybrid category in terms of the audience that it's serving. Whereas hot tubs, it's better because if you take hot tubs versus ASMR, hot tubs is not as much of a hybrid category because there are not a lot of people that are just streaming in hot tubs just because they happen to be hanging out in a hot tub. And that's what they're just doing for the day. But I think that idea
like
is
it's managing expectations, really, is what you're pointing out, right? Like, just, okay, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
And
it does not make sense.
We also just have like a world.
That does not make sense. No, that does not make sense. Giga, do not say that makes sense. It does not make sense.
She has to be the yes, ma'am.
It does not make sense at all. Oh. Get Bambi to join the hot tub stream, Akko. I'll do that. You know what? All of you will be welcome to my hot tub stream. Get Mizu, Lumi, Bambi. I know Bambi will come for that. I think she has a hot tub outfit too. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. It'll be amazing.
World of like gamers, and they're min-maxing understandably what we put out there because they are looking for ways to still express themselves but stay within our terms of service. I get that. Generally what we want to try to avoid though is having such specificity in our rules that people are looking for ways to circumvent them, as opposed to what we really want, which is make sure that when you are expressing what you want to do, that your audience knows what they're in for. Don't tell me that you're Sailor Moon when you're gushing over magical girls. We can tell.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's funny.
And by the way, that goes to, in general, like, there's, whenever you have something that is sort of a little bit subjective in terms of the line, this one thing that I see in chat a lot, thinking, oh, it's inconsistent. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, another way to talk about consistency, suppose I had, you know, a black piece of paper and a white piece of paper. And I asked 100 people, is it black or white? Okay. Everyone will give me the same answers, right? Now, suppose I had chartreuse versus pick another color that is.
This is not an argument. I don't like this argument. Sorry. I just don't like this
very
argument.
close to chartreuse, that many people may not really fully have a model of violet versus purple, right? Which are two different colors. To be honest, I can't tell you the difference between violet versus purple. And if I asked a bunch of people, is it violet or purple? That in fact, you'd have a lot of people that get it wrong. And that's because the difference between violet and purple is very small. Okay. And especially as you start talking about these things in terms of attire, sexual content, that sort of thing, it can be very subjective. And so in fact, as people try to move up to the boundary to get something as purple as possible, but still be violet. Okay, let's assume for a second, purple's not allowed, but violet is. But they want to be as close to purple without being it. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to call it purple, and then you're going to have some purple stuff that the rater's going to call violet, because it is not clear. And so what then ends up happening is you can find examples. Look, here's this violet thing, and they said it was purple, but this person was purple, and they said it was violet. Oh my gosh. Okay, and the answer is, that is the nature of this problem when you have highly subjective things, whereas in other areas it's not highly subjective. Frequently in terms of, you know, hate speech, it's pretty clear this person said this like horrendous thing. Okay.
Right.
And so I encourage people, if you're trying to get as close to the line without going over the line, and then sometimes you get caught for going over the line when technically
the line is not clear. That's his premise is just false. He's like, oh well, when it comes to stuff like hate speech, it's pretty clear, right? It's like, no. You would think it would be clear. The only thing that's hate speech is stuff that directly says this group of people is lesser than me. But no, that's not what it is. Like, I've seen the most wild shit get banned as hate speech on Twitch. Like, and we see it with the powder thing that was going on today. Literally just said, I don't think Trump is going to do anything bad. And there's 8 billion posts like, oh, so you're an alt-right or Nazi. Like, that's kind of the world we live in now. You can't just be like, oh, it's very obvious what hate speech is. Well, no, it's not.
No.
Even in your own rules, it's very wishy-washy and liberal with what is and isn't hate speech.
People have made it almost impossible to know what the difference is.
Pretty much, yeah.
you can say, but I wasn't over the line, and this person.
By the way, we only have about 2 to 3 minutes left of this interview.
So close to the line.
Excuse me, 5 minutes.
Okay. Now you did highlight a problem that VTubing has that does not happen in people, is if somebody is figuring out their attire and they find out because they get a warning about their attire, will they put on a different top tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's easy. Okay. For a VTuber, since it takes time to spend to get your model and get the attire for your model and all that, you know, it's like, well, shoot, I just spent a fair amount of money on this. Okay. And I wish I would have known this in advance. I wouldn't have spent the money. I would love if we had some way to kind of help with 2D models or other things, you know, kind of make an assessment of, you know, and that may also be the type of thing that maybe VTubers help us with this, right? That in fact, you would get a group of VTubers that, you know, we work with, and then maybe something happens that in the VTuber Creator Club is VTubers, like, you can almost like, it's borderline. And if it's borderline,
I was actually going to suggest that in the Creator Club. Yeah.
Hold on.
Why can't they just Why can't they make just like a graph and be like, okay, these are like these no zones, these are red zones, no uncover these. Green zones, good. These good show. It's not that hard.
No, it's
Fuck.
not. And again, I already told you, like, I observed in the Creator Club, there were people asking, what is the line? And in the Creator Club, they're like, we can't tell you because it's not our job to tell you what the line is. So, this is bullshit. I've already seen in the VTuber Creator Club, they're not going to tell you what the line is. They don't... I feel like it's vague on purpose.
Yeah. It's like I'm just looking at the Creator Club like forum thing. One, I found one that involves Warhammer. Not Warhammer, Warframe. So I think you'd like that one, Akko. And two, it's just like, oh, look at this. Where's all my insert species of VTuber here? It's like there's no actual like interesting things. Like, oh, where's all the femboy VTubers? All the femboy VTubers probably hate each other.
No, yeah, that's pretty accurate, sadly.
And it's just like, none of these things... Really? Where's the DID/systems VTubers? No, fuck you.
Is that actually a thread in there?
Yeah, just scroll down a little bit.
I haven't looked that much.
Where's the DID tubers?
Chat, press 1 if you identify as a DID VTuber. Donor, I'm banning you.
Oh my god, I'm just looking at it in here. Oh, it's... Oh, me and my other half both have DID. It's like, don't. We're both desperate for attention.
Yeah, this is it's so bad. The Creator Club is not doing anything. It won't do anything. Like this is a nice thing to hear, but they're not going to do anything. Like mark my words, the Creator Club will not do anything for VTubers at all. It will not create any substantial change.
I found one asking for like short form content tips, and it only got 3 comments on it. Or tips for collabs, only 4 comments on it.
Yeah, this shit is not gonna, like, the Creator Club is gonna die, and nobody will have remembered that it existed. Oh, fuck.
VTubers who play Destiny 2.
Yakarnate, thank you for the 100 CZK again. TOS is their tool, not yours. If they give you the defensive list of rules, you could have it to use against them. I agree. They're not going to tell you for a reason. What's DID? Dissociative identity disorder. Yeah. I don't know.
A lot of people that say they have it just literally don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the people that we called out saying it was faking it ended up in the future being exposed to faking it.
And then we're also a predator.
And also being a predator.
And that funny. Always funny when that happens.
Throwback to Poppy the Lich King and his defender.
Mm-hmm. That shit's wild, man. Anyway, yep, we are all, again, like, there's an entire 30 minutes after she leaves. And we can listen to some of that if you guys want, but I really don't know, like, how much more of this is, like, worth listening to.
Let's just see what they talk about after.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll listen for a couple minutes and then we'll make a determination if we want to continue.
Actually do that in our ambassador group, and we have VTubers that represent the ambassador selection. There's going to be more about this soon, but we really want to utilize our ambassadors as a way to help us get perspective from various creators. And ambassadors are meant to get sources because nobody's a monolith. So our ambassadors absolutely should be going to the creator clubs, getting broad understandings of like what those intricacies are, and then bringing that to us so that we can make better decisions for trust and safety. So we are absolutely doing that. I'm sorry, I wish I could like unveil this right now, but I can't. We're going to talk about it probably in like I think in our open letter we'll be talking about some of this stuff.
Good
For sure.
All right, well, Mary, you know what we should do?
have to get to our Q&A, Dan.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Man, that was an hour of nothing.
Thank you for coming. And looking forward, we should do a stream together sometime, whether it's in my VTuber character or not. So maybe
we need VTuber Dan back. We need him
back. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
I know. So
I want him
ping me
gone.
on Discord or something to make sure I do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Giga.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Giga's amazing. Dan, I wish we could do this all day, but I actually
Wow.
have been told that you have a lot of
None of
questions
that
from
helped.
chat.
No.
They are stacking up. I think you have
Yeah, I know.
access to the doc, and I would love to see if you can just rapid fire as many as you
This
can
is what
with
I'm
the
going to
time we have
suggest.
left.
Mary, this is what I'm going to suggest. I'm just going to
Yeah.
start going from the top. Okay.
Yep.
You get ahead of me, and
Start
go ahead. Well, no.
prioritizing.
Well, no. Use green, yellow, red. Create a column. Okay, not
Sure.
green, yellow, green, or just green. Just do one. Or shades
Sure.
of chartreuse. Do purple,
Sure.
violet. No. Just go ahead and pick out the ones that you think, oh, Dan should definitely get to this, and like have a big green box. And then once
Okay.
I've gone through 3 or 4, I'll start jumping down the ones that you have prioritized. Sound good?
Okay. Yes, that sounds good. I'm going to do my best. Here we go.
Okay. Can we see another event like VTuber Takeover in 2022? Great question. Good idea. I think we're always looking for things that we can do to help promote VTubing. So it's definitely something.
People are going to dunk on Giga for this interview. They already are. People are already saying this interview sucks and that they don't like the fact that she didn't ask any good questions. That's already happening. Deserved, in my personal opinion.
We can look at. All right. I want to know about the limited resolution in the Japan region. Ratata, I do not know of any limited resolution in the Japan region. This is not something we have not, I can tell you we have not intentionally limited resolution in Japan region. We did do it in Korea at one point where we restricted resolution. But I will look to see if there's something that inadvertently has happened. But we have not intentionally reduced resolution in Japan. All right, so Tanzik, will there ever be a website for Twitch where I can type something into a search bar and find out if it's against Twitch TOS? I feel like this would help eliminate a lot of suspensions and bans. I think the idea of typing in what you're doing is tricky. I think with enforcement notes, that's where we're trying to be more expressive about what is allowed or not. And to be blunt, one of the challenges of giving a website that says, type this in and find out if it would be a violation or not, I will tell you lots of people will use it to try and get as close to the line as possible without going over. And that is not the intent. We do not want people gaming the system to get as offensive or as problematic as they can, but without going over the line.
Then get rid of horse streamers.
So that's one of the problems with the idea of having a site like that. So let's see. Will there be a food and drink creator club? There's a lot of demand for it. And in fact, right now, go ahead and Mary, on topic, I'm just going to put follow up. I think great suggestion. I think that's one of the ones they're thinking about. So I'll make sure that they take that as input. So
It is, and we've also had Food and Drink Week on Twitch, which was like really highly enjoyed by our cooking streamers. So something that we'll take to heart, honestly. It's just that we prioritize having high sentiment and having clubs that are like genuinely a joy to be in is our highest priority. So instead of making like 40 clubs, which I would love to do, we are really invested in making sure that every club is highly coveted and appreciated and your time is well spent. So we can't have a billion of these, but we should start prioritizing ones that obviously have high interest from the community. And I think Food and Drink is one of them. So I do appreciate that and we will follow up. I'm starting to greenlight ones that I just also think are kind of VTuber-esque because I think it's interesting.
That's good. I'm gonna keep going. I'll go once I I'll go through a few more. I'm gonna start going. Space Fam, is it okay to have Twitch emotes based on IPs, Star Wars, Marvels, etc.? I can never find guidelines. So when creating emotes, you should only use assets that you own or which you have the rights to. So that's a short way of saying. Now this is your business, okay, but in general, creating emotes that use third-party IP that clearly is not yours, the answer is in general you should not do that. It depends upon the rights holder. We do not control that, but the rights holders that have rights to that often do not appreciate that. All right, Lily, actually I'll go to some of the green ones for a second. Wall Street for Android users. For Android users, we have to opt out of the Twitch app, open a browser tab, and use mod view. That way, at Twitch, any updates on when mod view for Android users will be released. I am pushing to get some timeline for that. I also experienced this. So
yeah, let me know if you
yes,
just
it
are bored with these and we
is,
can finish.
a pain point, and I experienced that pain
It's
point
like
because I am an Android user.
Vtuber questions. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Let's just passively listen.
You just
So
want to
they're
passively
working on
listen?
that, and
Okay.
I, much like yourself, am hoping that it comes soon. And with that, I'm going to mark things gray once I go through them. So, Eva wins. Can we expect some VTuber Club meetups activities at TwitchCon San Diego 2025? I think the answer is
Yes.
Yes. And some of
I
these
just-
things may not be because we do them, right? So we
Yeah.
will do some things, but you should do some things too.
If I can just tack on to that, we just released our call for content for TwitchCon EU. We will soon release our call for content TwitchCon San Diego. That is where we get the majority of our content and our ideas. And yes, we are so open and so welcome to having more VTuber experiences on our major glitch stage. We are open to having more meet and greets, but a lot of that just comes from that call for content. So please fill out the call for content, help us come up with good ideas. That is how we source a lot of our awesome stuff that we get at TwitchCon. So a lot of it comes back to you. But yes, we are planning on having VTubers at TwitchCon in 2025.
Okay, and Bulba, why pause applications for VTubers? By the way, I don't disagree with that. In fact, I gave the team.
I'll fight you, Dan.
What?
Let me tell
Really?
you why. Yes, 100%.
I know why.
This is why. We do it because the onboarding experience for someone who's joining a club or a guild or any of our programs is very important. We don't want you to just be like, here's the Discord link, like, good luck, buddy. We actually do them in pockets so that everybody gets formal introductions. There's time for
No,
you to
Mary,
meet
Mary, you're
everybody,
answering
and we
a
kind of
different
gracefully get everybody in.
Mary, you're answering a different question.
What?
She's making it sound way cooler than it actually was. Chat, let me tell you what happened when I got the acceptance letter, and I'm pretty sure, Lumi, it'll be exact same for you. I got a link to the Discord server. I posted my Twitch link in the Twitch verification page because you need to show that in order to get verified to get access to the club. And that's why once I was verified, I was in the club. That's it. There's literally nothing else.
There's no like, what would make you a good fit for this creator club? I was expecting something like that, not just like, oh, congratulations, you're in. Da, 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 da.
No, yeah. Like unironically, chat, I was expecting not to get in because of who I am. And not just like, I'm obviously happy that I was able to get in so that I can pay attention and interact with some people, maybe eventually, who knows? But like, it's not anything special. I don't know why they're making it sound like it's a big deal when literally anybody can apply and anybody can get in. And right now, the only thing holding them back is the fact that everybody is applying. Like, no, yeah, like this, is not something special. And maybe one day it deserves a video. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. I don't know. But she's making it sound way better than it is.
Yes, you're answering the question of why do you throttle people getting into the club, which I think makes a ton of
applications
sense.
too. Could you imagine if we have 500 applications, which we currently do for our Women's Guild because it's so popular, and when you apply to the Women's Guild right now, us being like, cool, we'll get to your application in 3 to 6 months.
There's a Women's
that's
Guild?
a terrible experience.
Yeah, Mary.
This is such an internal conversation.
I know this is great, but Mary, I will speak. Let me tell you the other experience. Okay, so I agree with that, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that you say, oh, I don't get back to me for 3 to 6 months. Okay, but there's a different experience that says you can apply. At some point, you will be able to apply. If you don't pay attention to Twitter, you won't know when that is. And then there'll be other people who get in front of you in line. Okay, so for example, if you're...
I wonder if Kirsch or Armchair will talk about this. Armchair's planning to talk about this interview. Isn't that right, Lumi?
Yes.
Yeah, he's planning to talk about this. I don't know if Kirsch will. Right now, she's dealing with people calling her an anti-Semite. Or they're saying that she's like a Uber Semite or some shit like that. but like, I don't know. Maybe she will. It'd be kind of
I
funny.
like that currently he is he's very kind of accurate in what he's saying, right?
Mm.
Where it's like, so if people like really actually do want to be like involved in this thing, she's like, oh, just close it and we'll open it back up later and that's fine. And he's actually correct where he's like, okay, but the experience for people that actually do want to join it is you can't join. Good luck figuring out when you can join. We don't really have an ETA on that.
Mhm.
Peace out.
Oh yeah.
And she's not like looking at it that way. She's looking at it like, oh, well, people don't want to wait. It's like, yeah, but people, if you're, somebody actually wants to join, and your options are either I'll put you on a wait list, or there's a wait list, but I can't tell you where it is or when it's going to open up. People would rather just be put on the wait list.
Mm-hmm.
She's choosing the worst of two options. Because, like, no matter what, people are going to have to wait. You only have so many employees running this thing.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And before they crack the Akko egg. Oh, chat, don't say that. Don't say that. That somebody tried to do that when I was a teenager on the internet. Never again. Never again. Waiting doesn't count if they aren't allowed to actually apply for some reason.
Yeah. That's basically what she's saying, is technically you're not waiting because you aren't allowed to apply. It's like, no, they're still waiting. It's just now they don't know where they are in the list.
Yeah.
She doesn't, and he's unironically smarter than her on this. He's like, yeah, no, that's not how people see it.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's
Calling
funny.
in for service.
Oops.
Do you
I just think it's funny because, like, you know, we all applied basically at the exact same time, and yet none of us have gotten in at the exact same time as each other. Lumi got in first, and then it's me, and eventually Mizu will get in as well. I'm assuming because of all of the applications that are going through there, and I don't know how they sort it, but I expect that he'll eventually get in. I expect everybody that applies will get in. Everybody will get in.
They still haven't sent me anything.
I'm hold true. It was like a week or two after Lumi got it that it was
Check your spam as well.
Yeah.
Just in-
Yeah.
I will after I'm done modding my Skyrim.
Oh, you're going to modded Skyrim?
I am.
You got to teach me how to do that later because I want to do it. Ava was like, "You want to see my mod list?" And I was like, "I might not want to play every single mod that you put in there." Oh goodness.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff you add just because other stuff like requires it.
But yeah, like I expect that everybody that applies will get into the VTuber creator clubs. Like, and like the thing about it that like just bothers me the most is like that's what makes it not interesting. Is it is like you saw there's a lot of big VTubers in the beginning that got in. Cool, great. I'm gonna be honest with you. I look at the Twitch creator clubs. I've looked at it a couple of times while this stream has gone on just to look. None of the big VTubers that you see that actually said, "Oh my gosh, I got in. I'm in this big thing." I don't see any of them in there. None of them. Nobody of actual like big size is using the Twitch creator club to interact with other people. It's because they don't care about it. It's not there for them. It is a club for people that are looking to potentially grow. Or they're gonna be in there. But all the big people, all the big names that you saw saying, "I got into the club," they're not gonna interact in there. They're not gonna be in there. Period. It's just not the case. And people need to adjust their expectations.
Rather they tell you, "We will call you back in an hour and a half."
Call you back,
Or-
yeah.
Or would you rather they say, "Sorry, we can't help you. Try us again later and maybe you'll get lucky, but maybe you'll just be in line." You always prefer, "Give me my name and it may be an hour and a half, but I'll get a call back."
I think there's a definite compromise in here because
There is.
what I think we both agree on is it's not a good experience to wait a forever amount of time. It's also not a good experience to not be able to get in when you're ready to get in. We currently have a backlog because these are very popular, but the reality is that we will get through that backlog, and ultimately the goal should always be that these things will be forever open once we get through the backlog. So give us the grace period of like, wow, we got 1,200 applications. How exciting is that? Because we just launched it. And after a year or two, we will get through those. We will get through those in a year. And then we'll be really excited to kind of keep them more perma on. So I think we're both right, Dan, and we're both really smart.
Yes, there you go. And we like arguing. So there we go. All right, moving on. Okay. And by the way, this is actually a great example. Okay. Because I may have my opinions, but this isn't my decision. Okay. And of course, Mary's answering in terms of the Unity guilds, which is like the creator clubs. And there may be some things where I'm like, no, we really need to do this. This is an example. It's not one of those things. It's not my job. I may share my opinion with Mary, and then I let Mary make the decision of what she thinks is best. And that is fine. And that is her job.
But you're the CEO. Like, I know that the chief financial officer, his job is to make sure that we're making money, but you can make choices. I don't understand why he's saying, oh, I can't tell these people what to do. Yes, you can. You are the guy at the top. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
You can tell them.
Yeah.
You just choose not to.
It's like, what's her job title? Head of community?
Yeah.
Cringe.
Very cringe.
My job. So, Mary, I'm saying in this one, I may be CEO, but Mary wins. Okay.
You heard it.
That sounds like such a simp thing. Sam.
All right. Snazzy Neon Koala. Would someone be able to join the VTuber community if they only VTube a few days out of the week and then use an IRL camera the other days? So great question. I'm going to give what I think would be the answer. For those people,
just say yes.
While we are throttling kind of people entering, I think in general we're going to be looking at folks that predominantly VTube, because we have so many people that predominantly VTube that we want to get them in. I think so right now we are looking for, you don't have to 100% VTube, but you have to have a significant portion of your VODs being VTubing. I think over time we can look at how to let people in that occasionally VTube. But right now, I think given that we have excess demand, we're going to prioritize people that predominantly VTube, but that doesn't mean 100% of the time. All right, let's keep going. I often see complaints and concerns regarding the rules and guidelines. Streamers often get banned and have little information or limited communication regarding why, which leads.
Why couldn't Giga ask any of these questions?
Communities generating tensions. How do you guys address these situations? Good question, Frog Log Potato. And this is challenging because, first of all, sometimes go on social media and they claim we didn't give them any information and they have no idea, when in fact they do have an idea and they did get information. In fact, sometimes we have SPMs that talk to them and said, this is what happened. And then people will characterize that they have no idea why this is, and blah, blah, blah. When in fact they do have an idea, or they should have a pretty good idea. Now, sometimes it is the case that that they are struggling as to what this is about. And I think that's an area that we're working on. We're going to talk about that in the letter coming up, about providing you more specific information so you have a better idea of, this is what I did. I should avoid doing that in the future. Okay. So that way it doesn't happen. I think this is particularly challenging when you have to file an appeal and you don't even know what you did wrong, and yet you're appealing something. They're like, well, I don't know what you did wrong. So I do think that it's a shortcoming where we would like to provide you clips of what exactly you may have done wrong, but be aware that sometimes when people are claiming they have no idea, they actually do have an idea, which is one of the challenges, because sometimes folks will reach out to me and, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then as I dig in, I'm like, well, they were being a little disingenuous. But
Proofer, I don't believe you. I can believe that that some streamers just do this for bait. Like, I've seen some streamers do it for bait, but like, I want specific examples, because bro, I believe that there's a lot of times where you guys are just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Clipper, it didn't happen.
But
Seriously.
it is an area we're working on because I do think we have to provide more concrete information so you can avoid doing that in the future. SpaceFam972, any plans to make smaller, more often, but more local Twitch events in the UK, or any of those who can attend Twitch on to be part of it? We love smaller, more local events. That's one reason Mary is responsible for the meetup program, which does this. And I think we're always looking for things besides just a big TwitchCon, and ways to get communities together. And I encourage people to also do these on their own. One thing, we have the partner Discord. One of the things that it hasn't been used a lot so far is people using their location to create events for other local partners that are getting together, right? Oh, let's have some tea or something like that. So sometimes this is us planning it, but meetups is a good example where we support them, but these are completely independent folks that work hard. So a lot of this is us providing forums that then allow you to self-form.
Please go to meetups.twitch.tv to find a local meetup in your area that's all based on location. You can find other streamers, community members. A lot of these are just straight up gamers, and they just meet to find other people that like want to play, they just want to talk about like Dragon Ball with someone, or they want to be able to like play Borderlands with other people. So like go to these meetups. If you go to meetups.twitch.tv and there's no meetup in your city, guess what? You can be the organizer for your local city. We are always interested in finding people who are like, I want to be the local organizer for Toledo. And it's like, sick. Please get in contact with us. We want to be able to make more meetups in local cities, and we just need our volunteers. You also get some sick stuff when you become a volunteer organizer. We give you swag. We give you like opportunities to use like our branding. So you can be like, I'm the official Twitch meetup of wherever you are. And that's what's really exciting about it. So please get in contact with us so we can find out how we can make a local meetup in your city.
Great. All right, and I was going because I'm going to use an example here. They said, could you please bring more variety of content on the front page? I don't want to just see partners everywhere. This is interesting because we do strive for a ton of variety on the front page and all of our category pages. And in fact, it's not just partners at all. Now, I'll have a few comments here as I encourage people to look around. First of all, one question is, how do you have categories sorted on your site? Okay. Sometimes you can sort it recommended for you or high to low. Okay. If it's high to low, then you are going to see mostly big streamers because it's high to low. If I use me as an example, I like watching music streamers. I just sorted my music category in terms of music streamers. The first one has 42 viewers, the second one 34, the third one 13. Then I have one with 169, then 39, then 46. Okay, then 19. Okay, and that's because of the things I watch. Okay, and the algorithm's trying to find me new stuff, and they find me a lot of streamers of a lot of different sizes. In contrast, if I sort it high to low, okay, then I see 378, 374, 244. And those are probably mostly partners. Okay, in other words, as they, but we do a lot to try, and our algorithms do not have any bias towards partners in terms of our recommendations. It's completely designed around what do we think are going to get you what you want to see.
I love hearing a dog in the background. So cute.
Yes.
I hope they're going to go out for a walk soon, Dan. I'm going to hold you to that. I also just want to add that if I go to my front page right now, I will see shelves. This is kind of insider terminology, but it's anytime you see like a horizontal line that we give some kind of name to. And a lot of times those shelves will be designated for a wide variety of creator, not all partner. And I'll give you some examples. One is recommended smaller communities. That is very specific specifically for growing creators that have not yet hit that partner achievement. If you check out any for our Unity groups, Together for Legendary Women, our Twitch Unity guilds, and the co-working collectives, those are our clubs. That is all people that can be affiliate. You do need to meet the minimum requirements to join those guilds and clubs, but that's another really good reason that you should be joining these clubs and
What are those minimum requirements? Are they at least 50 viewers and have at least 2,000
2,000 followers? I'm almost there on Twitch.
these guilds because we absolutely want to support growing smaller
getting there.
communities.
Yeah,
On
in
the
fact,
front page.
actually, I'm glad you mentioned. I'm on the front page now, and I'm seeing live channels we think you like often will be folks you have seen before and other things.
True.
But I see Twitch Drops Fest. I see one with 33 viewers, one with 15, one with 20 viewers is the second shelf. Then the third or fourth shelf, I see Just Chatting and IRL streams, with one of them being 24 viewers. Together for Legendary Women, and I see 51, 48, and 82. So I think we do, try to work to get a diversity of content on there. I appreciate the question, because I think this is one of these things that smaller streamers particularly are aware that they may not always appear there, but a lot of times you don't know when you appear on my page. Because you just don't know that you appear on my page. The other thing is there are a lot more 50 to 75 ACCV streamers. So the reality is, even though we may have a reasonable number of them, since there are so many of them, that gets spread across a large number of streamers. But it is something that I will tell you, I think a lot about how to make it that you can find talented streamers. That's one reason we've invested a lot in collaboration. I talk a lot about collaboration because I think that's really important in terms of finding and promoting talented streamers. All right, let's see other green ones. Okay, do streamers get informed why they're banned? So I'll be quick on that. They do find the reason they're banned. As I said earlier, we're working to maybe find clips or other things to give them additional information. But they are informed of what the policy.
It would be nice. That would be nice. Hopefully it's accurate. I'll go ahead.
It's like, because with some of the bans, like specifically with VTubers, a good portion of them are unjustified, but some of them are for PR stunts.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard confirmation about a few of them that did it solely for PR during a debut, because then they'd get more traction and sympathy.
Yeah. No, I do believe that exists. And so it would be nice to know which is which.
Mm-hmm.
See that they're banned for.
We've got 18 minutes left. Do you guys want to finish it out?
May as well.
Okay.
The streamer's attire may scrutinize differently based on what category they're streaming in.
Shondo?
I think this is an earlier statement.
I don't think Shondo was
the clear
PR.
Statement is we do have a different attire policy if you are pool or hot tub, and then you need to be in the category. So it's scrutinized differently. There is a different policy when you are near a pool or a hot tub, and you're in that category. All right, leaning trends.
Oh my god, I just realized I'm massive on your screen. Never mind, I should probably leave.
When are you going to add more tools for mobile for mods? I think this is, and I know this goes back to the question above. I think the big question is for Android.
I'm sorry.
And, very much would like to see mod view on Android.
Oh. Hello.
When do we get the announced feature of knowing why?
Jeez, hi. I didn't know we see you come in here.
Yeah. How'd you not notice?
I'll be honest with you, I thought that was coming from the stream. There's a creature blocking Lumi.
I'm sorry. I forgot my thing was that fucking massive for the fucking stream. I'm sorry. I'll leave.
How you doing, Dax?
I'm doing all right. I need to change my boogie real quick. I didn't know that was gonna be that. Why is it huge?
Is it huge and has a background?
I know. I just didn't know it was about it. Here, hold on. I think I can fix it by doing this simple little trick. Let's see. Oh my god.
I'll put you right there. Now we're finishing up the the Twitch interview. Oh, thank you, Temp, for the. Yeah, we're finishing up the Twitch interview right now. That's what we're working. We're almost done with it. Holy crap! It's almost 4 a.m.
I never saw it.
It was bad. It was bad. You can rewatch my VOD with all of the good advice and shiz.
Is it really advice, knowing how they
No.
basically talked about it? Yeah.
There's not.
I figure.
There's not. Anyway.
How long have you guys been streaming for, dog?
I've been live for almost 5 hours.
God damn. The rookie numbers.
No, this is like twice as long as my normal streams, honestly.
I guess I'm just too used to making like longer streams.
Anyway, we are gonna continue
My
the.
streamers got banned.
We're gonna continue the stream, so you are welcome to sit and listen if you'd like. But we're gonna.
Sure. I'm gonna be on my phone because I don't want to get on my computer.
Okay. We've got about 18 minutes left here.
With the VOD stamps. I don't think we're going to go out and be publicly saying why this streamer got banned. We want to communicate to the streamer why they got banned, but that's their information and not something that we would or need to talk publicly about it.
Okay, stop.
Okay, pause.
The question about talking publicly about it is because a lot of people just aren't told or aren't given something specific, right? So he's taking this, and I don't know if he's doing this intentionally or he's just dumb, as, well, the public doesn't need to know, the streamer needs to know. It's like, okay, the problem is the streamer doesn't know, and the public is mad because the streamer is telling the public that they don't know. Or that, like, the explanation they're given is just super, super vague. Like, almost all of Shondo's have been youth risky, and it's like, the fuck does that mean? What was youth risky?
Yeah.
Could you tell us what youth risky means? And then you do this, like, hand wave answer of, oh no, it's for the streamer, it's not for you. Okay, well, the streamer doesn't know either. So, like, you've got to do something.
I agree. Because, like, if Shondo has to come out in public and talk about it saying, I don't know what happened, there's an issue.
Yeah.
So, yeah, correct it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep jumping on some other ones here. Because let's see, we've got 13 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever.
We'll probably wrap up in like 5, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds
As many
good.
They do not wrap up in
We gotta
5.
get out of here in about 5 minutes.
Okay, let me just keep going.
Okay.
I will find some good
Someone
ones.
asked if there's any other mods. I think Connor asked if there's going to be any other tools introduced for mods that have lots of channels that they mod. So this mod says that they mod nearly 100 channels that they.
Okay.
Oh, that's a sword collector.
Get off of Reddit. Get off of the Reddit life and stop modding for so many different people. Holy shit. Like, bro, modding one channel is enough issues. If you mod, like I know some people that moderate for Legal Mindset and Ava and a few other LawTubers. Like, that's a lot at the same time. Like, 100 people?
I don't
Gross.
think the human brain should be able to fucking, like, comprehend that much knowledge to, like, 100 fucking people.
That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. Holy cow.
Yeah.
More than 5 is just in getting help. Yeah, like, here's what I'll say. I probably need to hire another modder too soon. I will not hire people that mod for other people, or if they do, they can't mod for too many other people, because, like, I need you to be on it when I'm live, especially because of how, like, crazy my shit gets. I need you to moderate the chat. So,
Yeah, I talked to her earlier.
I don't know.
They mod like a mod badge or something like that that helps them be like, I
Did you
am a
make the
mod
PNGs of the 2 people
all
in
the
stream
time.
later?
No.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the last question.
Good question. Yeah, I see it, and that's a good idea. You know, we're always investing in our mod tools, and so I don't know exactly how there, but because I do believe it's important to be honest here. I think right now it is probably the case that our bigger pressure is to just in general make our mod tools better and the people that may mod 100 channel is a smaller percentage of our moderators. So although it's a good thing to call out, and to the extent we can think of easy ways to make it easier for folks that moderate a lot of channels, then that's good for us. Will DJs have a more fair exposure on front page? I see many people being there very often and others never. How is it working? Is it an algorithm? The answer, first of all, I'll explain this with the front page. Sometimes when we have our shelves, we have shelves, but then it's an algorithm that personalizes the shelf to you. So in fact, we may have a DJ shelf, but everyone doesn't necessarily see the same DJs, because then it is sorted by what's right for you. So that means, your friend may go there and they may not see you because they may not follow you, or they may not whatever, in terms of the algorithm. So we do use an algorithm to try and get the right thing for a user, but we have a lot of streamers. So I think that just can make it challenging. Let's see, let me see if other one. Is this out of context, but console users, they deserve some changes, being able to have more freedom like a PC user. There's overlay expert, but it doesn't show up on mobile. I think there's one thing about being a console streamer. There's capabilities to do console streaming, although that is not the bulk of where our streamers come from, is in terms of console, especially streaming directly from a console. So I always like to be able to say, oh yeah, we'd like.
Ryan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome.
Well, I'm gonna get going. I hope you guys all have a good night.
You have a good one.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
To do everything for everybody, but part of our job is to figure out, given limited resources, where's we're going to have the best impact. And it's probably the case that there are those people that stream from their console, that feed their console into their PC, and there are those folks that stream natively from their console. The folks that stream natively from our console is a tiny fraction of our creators. So it's probably the case that we're not going to be investing.
You're not worth the money to invest in.
I started by just streaming straight from console back in the
Really?
day. Yeah, from my PS4. It was terrible.
Oh yeah, I imagine so, because there's not a whole lot of tools that come from it. It's really just connect yourself to Twitch, hit the go live button. I imagine you can't do a whole lot.
It's not even just that. It's because I had a shit fucking headset mic.
Did it have that kind of quality that you hear some of the old people and where it sounds like they've got a weird radio echo?
No.
No.
Like, you could hear the background. Definitely.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I've kind of like thought about getting like tuning my audio to make it sound like a classy microphone quality, just so people feel some nostalgia. So people would really love that kind of shit.
Heavily in. Also, we don't control a lot of times the console, because it's much more limited in what you can do versus on a PC. Let's see.
Coleman asked just a simple one. Any updates to enhanced broadcasting? Do we have any updates?
So we are, I think we announced before that we're still working on when we're going to get 2K out along with enhanced broadcasting. The other thing we've talked about, which we will talk more about in the open letter, is adding vertical video into enhanced broadcasting. And the big work there is making it so that you can provide us both vertical and landscape video. And then when someone is holding their phone this way, they're watching the vertical video, holding their phone this way, they're watching the landscape video. And that all will be part of enhanced broadcasting. So that's coming later this year, which I think will, so both 2K and then vertical video are both things that we're working on. So why don't I do this? Because now I'll pick one, and I think this is a good one. Earlier, let's see, I asked this earlier, but without the ask command. Is there a Twitch-based starting streaming channel or a set of VODs that newbies can use to go to? Okay. So why don't I start for those people that, I want to try out streaming. What do I do? Which is one of the most common questions for this. First of all, we do have a lot of collateral in our creator camp, which Mary can talk about, and you can go to creator camp and you can find a lot of collateral to help a newbie. So one answer is go to Twitch creator camp, but I don't want to just send you to Twitch creator camp. There are good YouTube videos that a lot of creators have made. And in fact, with Creator Camp, a lot of times we work with creators to try and get the right content out there. And the reality, this whole search thing, folks have worked on it for quite some time, it turns out. And even Gemini, I'd be curious now to say, how can I get started on Twitch? And I'm curious what Gemini would tell me, because I'm surprised at how often Gemini gets it pretty good. So what I would encourage you as you think about starting on Twitch, a few things. First of all, streaming regularly is critical. If you just want to do it willy-nilly whenever you want, you need to kind of create a pattern of when you stream. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 to 10. And I know when I started streaming, I was like, every Wednesday night I'm going to stream. Then after I was doing it more regularly, I actually started moving a little away from my regular schedule because of all this other stuff I had to do. But it was really useful to have a schedule at the beginning, and I strongly encourage you to have a schedule. Number 2, spend time on other people's channels. I think one of the challenges of getting started on Twitch is people like, I want to stream on Twitch. I'm like, do you spend a lot of time watching other people's channels? No, I don't have time for that, but I want to stream. First of all, it's tough to kind of figure out what works on Twitch or not. I don't think there are any TikTokers that create TikTok videos that don't watch TikTok videos, that don't use the app. And I don't think there are any YouTubers that have success as a YouTuber that never watch a YouTube video. So watch some Twitch streamers. Number 2, be part of the communities. The magic of Twitch and of live streaming is the community. I frequently say this. I think we're at a time, I find today's social networks actually are not particularly social. One can say they're antisocial. You're sitting by yourself swiping. We evolved to yearn connection and belonging with other human beings. That's why we survived in the wild. We evolved the way we are because we seek out a sense of belonging in other people. The thing that makes Twitch so special is this sense of belonging you get from a community. I know I was blessed from streaming myself. I was able to experience that as one that, would facilitate a community where the same people show up regularly. Experiencing that of a viewer matters. It's also the case that often those will be the people that start watching you early on. That in fact, if you have a streamer and other people and you say, I'm streaming now, a lot of times those people that were part of that community saw you participating in chat, they come and check out your stream. So spend time on Twitch channels and chat.
I kind of see what he's saying, but he makes it sound like
He makes it sound like aspiring streamers have all the free time in the world to do shit. It's like, you have to stream a lot, but you also need to watch other people at the same time. It's like, which is it, Dan?
Oh, goodness.
Because that's how other people get to
We got
know
about
you
5
in
minutes
chat,
left.
and then that will translate into, a small audience, a small community. And don't just go to the big channels, because in general, when you're looking for folks to help you and to collaborate with, a rough rule of thumb I use is keep it below a multiple of 10. In fact, maybe a multiple of 5 is good. In other words, suppose you're a 30 ACCV streamer, okay? Going and spending a lot of time in a 3,000 ACCV streamer, it's unlikely that they will, find you and then say, let's collaborate together. And it won't really work for you to get audience. If you're a 30 ACCV streamer and you are spending time in 100 or 150 ACCV streamer, then often their viewers will transfer over to you. That streamer will be, let me support you. Let me drop in on you. One reason why we built the drop-in feature. So don't just spend time on big streamers. If you're a small streamer, spend time.
Haha, funny. Because we have Arch dropping in on our stream sometimes, and he's many, many times larger than we are.
Yeah, but Arch doesn't follow the same creative that a lot of streamers have. He actually gives opportunities to small creators.
Yeah, it's like I see large YouTubers lift up small creators and be like, look it, I found this thing in the sewer.
Yeah. I try and...
It's like, I think you're the one that told me this, that you essentially have to be adopted by a large creator on YouTube to get noticed, and then usually the growth goes from there.
It kind of depends. It really does. I mean, like, if you're a live streamer, yeah, a little bit. But, like, if you just make videos that pop off, you know, there's a lot of creators that these days where they will... I've seen this a lot recently, where a lot of shorts creators, they build massive audiences, and they all have started to slowly start streaming. And some of them find success in streaming. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It's like, I think, honestly, YouTubers are probably more charitable than large Twitch streamers.
I would say so, yeah. Because on Twitch, it's a competition. On Twitch, it is literally, if I take away eyes from your stream, that's your money. But on YouTube, there is not only way, 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 way more eyes on the platform, but there's multiple ways to make money that doesn't require you to compete necessarily with other people, unless you're in such a niche that you have to be the king of that sector.
Yeah.
Sector. So, no, I think that YouTube is a place where more people are willing to be nice because it's easier. And I'm not going to say that it is that much nicer, but there are a lot more nicer people on YouTube than Twitch.
I've met a lot more nice people on Twitch.
Yeah. I've met a lot of people that, like, you talk to them and, like, you want to come on? And it's just like, yeah, sure. And
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think...
That's how I got onto, like, 3 different podcasts in, like, a week. I'm like, huh.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I've just started asking.
We gotta get you on New Blackstreet. They're fucking...
I would love to. I heard one of them was a little confused by me, but if you want to introduce me, I'm fine with that.
They're great. I'm even part of their introduction now for their stream.
Oh, really? That's funny. That's
Oh,
funny.
God, you should see some of the shit that people say in that introduction. So it's just, oh, they're fucking great.
Well, I think when you went on, I watched it. So I did watch it. It is kind of crazy. But no, I'm reaching out to a lot of content creators where it's just like, before I was like, I'm way too small for this. But now I'm just like, you want to try this? They're like, let me clear my schedule for you. And I'm like, okay, thank you.
I mean, just send them a DM. I'm sure they'll pick you up. I know they're looking for a guest for February.
I'll DM one of them.
I think you'll have a higher chance of getting a response from Kata than
Kata.
Griffgod.
No, yeah, Kata's I think they both follow me. But no, yeah. I'm also talking again, I don't want to reveal too many people that I want to talk to, just because I want them to be surprises in the future. But I'm talking to a couple creators. I know that one, Words of Paradise, that you were on the other day. He's pretty funny. That was the one that was.
I love Leon.
Leon was the one that was cross-dressing, right?
Oh yeah, Leona can stay in the fucking.
I'll be honest with you. He did a pretty good job in the scariest way.
He did, but he had to break character for a little bit, which is funny.
Oh fuck! It was amazing. Okay, we got. Yeah, I'll be honest. This has got about 5 minutes left, and then they leave out. Do you feel like there's much more? Do you want to finish this or?
We have 5 minutes. We may as well get to the end.
Okay. Sounds good.
Time on and spend time on streamers the same size as you. Often people miss this. They think, oh, you need to stream with a bigger streamer and collaborate with them. No, a huge part of collaboration is what I call horizontal collaboration. If you get 430 ACCV, in fact, one reason, oh, by the way, which reminds me, one question we
I'm
didn't
sure
get
he
to.
knows
but I
a
won't
lot
get in
about
detail.
horizontal collaboration.
The whole shared viewership when you're using Stream together. One reason for that is you get 420 ACCV streamers, and you know what you have? Now you have 80 folks watching. And now chat becomes much more vibrant with shared chat. Because in fact, one of the challenges when you are a 20 ACCV streamer, chat is really slow. So find other 20 ACCV streamers to collaborate with. Okay. use the stream together feature, get shared chat. So now your chat becomes an 80 or 100 or 150 ACCV chat. And now chat gets much more vibrant. And then when you get to 150, do that with some other 100 to 200, and now it's an 800 ACCV chat. So collaborate, be part of communities, and create good content, which ultimately, the biggest thing is you need to learn how to nurture a community and make them feel welcome and supported, and that's a huge part of it. All right, Mary, 157.
Dan, I can't believe it. You are never shy to Q&A, and I really appreciate that about you. But it is time for us to wrap up this episode of Patch Notes, which was dedicated to the VTuber community. I want to thank Danilo, who...
Can I ask just how much of this actually went to the VTuber community?
At least 5 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, man. I just this was not for the VTuber community. This was I hated it. I genuinely hated it. Well, there it is, chat. That was the Giga interview. It really was not an interview. I'll be real with you. So, I don't know. What would you guys rate this?
Not too great.
Not too great. Mm-mm.
Fucking sad and pathetic out of...
Yeah, I'd probably rate it 1 out of 5 stars. Personally, I can't really be excited about this. Again, if people are upset with Giga, I 100% understand why. That was shit. That was all shit. There was one question that was actually asked about actual shit that matters, and it all sucked. It all sucked. I hated it.
What day is today?
Today, right now, it is Sunday.
Oh, apparently today is when the movie show Hotel is debuting.
That's right. Today is the new talent chat. We get to find out if they're a Nepo baby or not.
I am about 86% sure they are.
86%.
And also, I guess today, I guess, was the Small VTuber Award.
Yes, I was planning on streaming that, and then I had cops had to visit my house. Did I tell you about that, Lumi?
I heard about it at the beginning.
Yeah, I'll tell you more about it off camera, but I had cops visiting my house, so I completely forgot that I was supposed to do it.
It's just I was looking at the honorable mentions, and for some reason, Mother V3 was on there.
Mother V3 is not a small VTuber. What the fuck?
Mr. Creepypasta was on there. He's been a very large, a very large content creator for a very long time.
Oh,
I was seeing a lot of high number VTubers on there. That's not very small.
It's the problem is nobody really knows what a quote unquote small VTuber is. I guess what would you both consider a small VTuber?
Anyone under 70 CC.
70 CCV?
Yes, it can't be partner.
Okay. What about on YouTube?
On YouTube? I'd probably say about the same 70.
Okay. So you wouldn't consider me small anymore then?
No.
Okay.
I see you get 200.
I can. It depends on the topic, but yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. What about you, Mizu?
I don't really have any opinions.
Well, fair enough. Venge, thank you for the 5. I still think Vishoja should have kept Silvervale and the others. No, I think Silvervale wanted to leave. And in my personal opinion, I would have left.
Bigger and better thing.
Yeah.
Granted, I don't know what the hell she's doing. I don't know what Nanners is doing. I don't know.
No, that's the funny thing is once they left Vishoja, everybody kind of forgot they existed. So, I don't know. But I agree. I think between 70 to 100 CCV, and if you can crack that, you're no longer a small streamer. You're kind of in the mid-tier size streamer. And then once you hit 1,000, you're no longer a medium streamer, and then you're just considered one of the big ones. Because once you hit 1,000 CCV consistently, I feel like your content is to the point where you can probably mostly sustain off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Silvervale left since when? Since 2 years ago almost? Chan did not forget any enters. No. 4chan did not forget any enters. No, no, no. Oh goodness. Well, there it was, chat. That's all I have to say really about it. It was a shit interview. Didn't do anything to really help us out here. It was for the VTuber community. It really wasn't. It was for it was a pandering event for people that are interested in VTubers to look at. And all I feel like it's going to do is create more tourists. I don't know. But anyway, chat. Is there anybody streaming currently that I can raid on Twitch? Let's see. I'll look at YouTube as well, but typically if I'm this late, nobody's on YouTube.
No, it looks like, well, he's not a VTuber, but Smash JT is on. He's watching Kino.
Is he really?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
There's also...
Oh, what is, No, I thought that Yellow Flash was still live. It does not look like he is still live.
I think Yellow Flash ended like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Smash JT still have his... Yep, he still has them shut off.
Oh, yeah, you can't raid him unless he approves you. Well, that sucks. Smash, I would have raided you. Oh, well. I'm gonna raid Mari on Twitch. Is Mari
I mean,
also...
you can just send people to the waiting room for Rima tomorrow.
I could.
Night chatters.
I could. All right, chat. You guys have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be out back later tonight for Nightwave. Peace.